following presentation of the National Football League.
It's the NFL on EA Sports, and there you get a look at Paycor Stadium on the banks of the Ohio River in Cincinnati. Tonight we kick off Week 7 with a great Thursday night matchup here, as it'll be the Pittsburgh Steelers taking on the Cincinnati Bengals.
Hi again, everyone. I'm Brandon Gunn. To my left, Charles Davis. And Charles, you focus on this Bengal team entering play. They were winners last time out, so they'll be looking, Charles, to make it 2 in a row.
And what I enjoyed when I watched their game tape and their victory last week is they put it together in every phase. Good offense, good defense, and some key plays on special teams. Let's...
Just about set for a start. Happy to have you with us, and we are underway here on Thursday Night Prime Time.
And he's able to get it across the 20 to the 25-yard line.
Here are the Bengals on offense, and here is Joe Burrow ready to lead them at quarterback.
His game last week reminded me of the old song, accentuate the positive. Because that's about all he did, right?
Yeah.
3 touchdown passes, over 300 yards in the air. Receivers happy.
And they got the win.
Got the win. If you're a running back that likes to catch passes, they're happy as well. Big-time game.
It's now 2nd and 10 at the 25-yard line.
Now it's Burrow. His throw incomplete. So now an early 3rd and 10 here on their opening drive. And they'll bring the big tight end across the formation left. Now it's Burrow. Now a short one to Gesicki. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line.
Well, hang on now. We're going to pause here. We've got an injured player. Well, now they're going to come out and take a look at this injury, and we'll be back in a moment. And Burrow going to throw again. Got him in. It's Brown. And he's able to get this one out closer to midfield across the 45.
At the 46-yard line. A gain of 4. It's now
Burrow on play action. Man open, that's Jamar Chase complete. And Chase going to pick up a Bengals first down as he'll take this down to the 44-yard line. They'll run for the first time here with Brown.
And he's going to get stopped up quickly. Give him a yard down to the 43.
You look at the Steeler defense.
They were very strong last week in that win over Cleveland.
And the big difference in the game, their ability to force turnovers. Multiple, in fact. Being able to take the ball away, give it back to their offense, the big difference in the game.
It was impressive. Now the question, can they duplicate it? The first down line at the 34 here on 3rd down. They're passing here. Joe Burrow.
Pass taken in by his big tight end.
And they're going to have themselves another first down as the tackle's made at the Steelers' 25-yard line. Gets this one quickly out wide. This will be a short gain of 3 before he's brought down at the 22. These are his numbers from last week's contest. A boatload of catches, 113 yards and a score.
And aren't we approaching the halfway point of the season? I mean, we're midway through this one, and we're seeing big numbers from him just about every week, and that's why he's leading the league.
It's been a pretty long opening drive. This will be play number 11 coming up on 3rd down.
He's got room to roam. And he is going to have the Bengals first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
That's another Bengals first down. 1st and 10 at the 12-yard line.
Charles, Thursday night game. I think a lot of teams probably say shrink the playbook somewhat. Is that correct?
I think you're right about that because you just don't have the amount of time that you have in a normal week to put in a full playbook. So, as you said, you shrink the playbook. Pick out the plays that work best for you. You know what else you're looking for? Who are the freshest guys coming off the last game to play on a Thursday night? Guys have a little extra pep in their step. You go to them early and often.
And that one incomplete, but now a penalty flag coming in late. That might be PI. And since the penalty occurred in the end zone, move the ball to the 1-yard line.
First and goal from the 1-yard line. Costly penalty.
P-Ryan will take this one in. Touchdown, Cincinnati.
Sometimes offenses can get too cute down near the goal line, but there's nothing fancy about this one. As Coach Lombardi would say, we get a seal here, and we get a seal here, and we run this play in the alley. And that's good work to hit the hole hard and finish in the end zone.
Evan McPherson for the extra point.
He hasn't missed an extra point all season, and he won't miss this one either. And it's 7-0. So that one a 13-play drive in total. And it's capped off by a touchdown run from Samaje Perine.
And he'll go down as this drive will start at the 25-yard line.
So here are the Steelers now to take over for the first time. Under center is a 6'2", 225-pound signal caller, Aaron Rodgers.
And I think if you ask most folks to give you their first half MVP, very likely they're going to say it's this man right here. The NFL's leader in touchdown passes to this point in the season. Still 2 months to go. But if he keeps going at the pace he's at, this is going to be a dangerous team come January, and he could very well walk away with the MVP.
And he'll take this up near the 35, maybe the 34. 9 yards, not quite enough, and they'll be left now with 3rd and 1. On play action, Rodgers. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he'll be out of bounds after getting this one across the 40.
And the Steelers first down.
Play action. Now it's Rodgers. And that is incomplete.
The Steelers are the perfect 5-0 here to begin the campaign. They've certainly found their groove of late, winners of 5 in a row.
And this team is absolutely playing their best football right now. This is the best that we've seen them play in a long time, partner. Sky's the limit as far as they're concerned. Their confidence really soaring.
On play action, it's Rodgers. And he'll be taken down by the Bengal pressure.
Multiple players combined for their team's first sack of the game.
Well, they were coming out of the 4-3 defensively. Pressure coming off that right side from the DN.
And that's the blind side of most quarterbacks. If you're right-handed, that's the side you don't see quite as well. And that's why you rely on your left tackle, maybe your highest-paid offensive lineman, to take care of you. In this situation, that didn't happen.
Yeah, he was looking for the checkup bounce, didn't get it. That scoots all the way into the end zone now for a touchback.
The Bengals offense and Jamar Chase set to take over once more. And he's been as productive as anyone in the NFL in the middle part of the season. The NFL's leader in receiving yards to this point, and he doesn't appear to be slowing down anytime soon.
And this will be incomplete. Physical play on the football there, and it's 2nd down.
Incomplete. Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 20-yard line.
Now Burrow. And this is incomplete. Now they face a 3rd and 10 after back-to-back incompletions.
3rd down and 10.
Burrow will throw.
Now throw on the run, but that's going to be incomplete.
And that is how you respond after taking one on the chin to begin this game. Give up a first-drive touchdown, go back out on defense, and completely shut them down to force a 3-and-out.
On 4th down, Ryan Stonehouse on to punt. Well, on that punt, we've got a man shaken up. The medical staff will attend to him, and we will step aside. The Steeler offense here about ready for their next drive. As mentioned, this one of the hottest teams in the NFL, riding that winning streak into this one, but now playing here on Thursday night. Do you think that this helps or hurts their momentum?
Well, ordinarily, I'd say it hurts the momentum because now you've got that short week. But when a team's playing as well as they are, it actually allows them to down focus and only worry about themselves and less about their opponent. So when you're playing well, you just worry about the things you're doing well and let the opponent deal with that.
A big play that time for Pittsburgh. 42 yards.
That's good for us Steelers. First down. First and goal at the 9-yard line.
Well, Charles, looked like that had to be a mix-up there defensively.
You always question that type of confusion. They actually lost him in the middle of the field, gave him all sorts of room to run, and he took big-time advantage of it. That's an error you just can't make on the defensive side of the ball.
And he maneuvers his way down to the 3-yard line.
A gain of 5 brings up second and goal.
Rodgers going to throw. Looking end zone, but it's incomplete.
Against a team coming off a win just as your team did the previous week, you talk about being physical all game long. Sometimes being physical is just being on the spot and helping force the incompletion.
One. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. Able to punch it in on third down makes it easier for those guys on the sideline. They didn't have a fourth down decision to make.
Yeah, could you feel the exhale? Because they were already thinking ahead, as all the good coaching staffs do. Anticipating, will we have to make the call? They already had it lined up. Never even got to it.
Chris Boswell now for the extra point. It's up and good. So these teams match touchdowns here in the first quarter, and we're tied 7-7. 5 plays there on that drive. And it ends with a 3-yard scoring run. So all even at 7 now as they kick it away. Able to slither by. And up to about the 26-yard line, just across the 25. Now the Cincinnati offense ready to see what they can do here. And they are right at the 500 mark on the year and got there with a victory a week ago.
And I think right now I'd put myself in the shoes of the head coach and say, all right, time to reset a little bit. And I don't give my team a win one for the Gipper speech, but I do say, look, we haven't played our best football yet, but we are at 500 and we're still in it. Let's try and string a few of these victories together, and we're capable of doing so.
This one complete to Yoshibas. 7 yards there and a first down.
A 7-yard gain. That's good for a Bengals first down.
From the gun, a give to Brown. And not a whole lot of room to operate there on the first down run. He gets maybe 3.
End result of that one, a nice 4-yard gain, so you can use that to set up your play-action game, or you can come right back and continue to run the football because as an offensive play caller, you're on schedule and feeling pretty good about your next couple of calls.
And the Bengals first down.
On first and 10, here's Brown. And he tries to keep the legs churning, but he's going to be stopped behind the line. You look at the Steeler defense, and this unit very tough to throw against, currently second best in the NFL.
And this unit knows exactly where they rank. They're number 2 against the pass in the NFL. You know they have their sights set on being number 1, looking for a big game today.
Last play, they got stuffed at the line. Different story here, over 20 yards.
That's another Bengals first down. First and 10 at the 29-yard line.
Operating out of Steeler territory now. Here's first and 10 as they're down to the 29-yard line. Burrow looking to pass. And that is caught on the right sideline, but out of bounds, says the line judge. The throw took him a little too far, and second down. Here's Burrow. Oh, he dropped it.
They were looking for him in the middle third. He couldn't catch it. Now third down.
Incomplete. Brings up a third down.
Again, it's Burrow. He's going to go up top for the end zone. And this one dropped in the end zone. Looked like a touchdown, but not to be. And now it's fourth down.
Kevin McPherson for the Bengals field goal. A 46-yard attempt.
McPherson's kick is good.
And they take the lead here now at 10-7.
So they're able to end that drive with 3 points in this one-possession ball game.
And ideally, you want to end every drive with points. Most quarterbacks would tell you, let's end it with a kick, right? A PAT, that's number one. Field goal you'll take. Punts, you really don't want to do that. In this case, they'll take the field goal and get prepared for the rest of the game.
And Pittsburgh getting set to take the field.
Charles, these early season in-division games are always interesting because you're still kind of figuring yourself out, but you want to know as much as you can about the opponent, especially when it's a division matchup. So I'm curious to see how the rest of this one plays out.
Yeah, that's a good point because they're still trying to work things out. They don't know everything about their own team, let alone trying to figure out their opponent. But you got to do both on the fly, don't you? While the game's being played, figure it out both ways and try and find a way to win.
And this one incomplete. Too much contact to hold on to that one, and it's third down.
They are in need of 6 yards here if they hope to move the chains.
6 yards to go.
Now Rodgers.
Got his man, it's Warren. And he will have a Steelers first down as they're able to get the third down conversion.
And the Steelers first down. A gain of 12.
I'm not sure that was necessarily a safety valve or a check down throw on third down. Sometimes just try and find the open guy and get him the ball. He did exactly that and found a way to pick up a first down.
And this one is going to be off the mark, too far out in front.
It's a tried and true formula, and I don't think it'll change for as long as we play football. If someone's trying to throw the ball and you can put pressure on them and make it tough, that's only going to help your defense.
Yeah, he's since being hurried. He got rid of it before taking the hit, but incomplete. And he is going to be close to a first down as the tackle made at the Bengals' 43-yard line. Now Rodgers.
He's got his running back out of the backfield.
He's going to go out of bounds, but he takes this one down just shy of the 20. Here's Rodgers to throw.
Out route, and he connects with Freiermuth.
And he will be out of bounds here on what will turn out to be the final play of this first quarter. 10-7 our score after one right here on EA Sports. Steeler football here to begin quarter number 2.
Now a 2nd and 6.
As they've got it as we resume action. Working from the gun, Rodgers.
The throw here right sideline falls incomplete.
So they need 6 yards here on third down. They're 2 for 2 on third down tries so far on this drive.
Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. The first catch of the ball game there for Metcalf, and a first down to boot.
Another Steelers first down. First and 10 at the 10-yard line.
Throwing is Rodgers.
Now wasting time going right back to DK Metcalf.
And he's in. Touchdown, Steelers.
DK Metcalf.
Halfway to 100 now with career touchdown number 50.
And the Steelers have moved out in front.
Extra point now by Boswell. And that makes it 14-10. A 10-play drive that time.
And it's DK Metcalf who finishes things off with a touchdown reception. And it's a pretty good return here as he'll get this up to the 29. The home team's offense and their wide receiver getting set for this next possession. And he's been the go-to guy in this offense throughout the first half of the season. As you can see, he's the NFL's leader in touchdown catches.
The Cincy offense about ready to go here on their next drive. He's going to leave this for his running back. It's complete. And he takes this up to the 40-yard line before being corralled.
It's a gain of 11. That's good for a Bengals first down.
Here's Burrow setting up to throw it. This will be caught once again by Brown. And he'll get nothing out of that one. He was unable to shake free there. They'll cover him for a loss of a yard.
Second and 11 at the 39-yard line.
Now it's Burrow. Oh, he'll want that one back. Incomplete. He doesn't drop too many in that department. Third down.
Brings up third down.
Now it's Burrow.
That one taken in by T. Higgins.
And he needed to get to the midfield stripe, but he can't do it. He's about a yard short.
Here's Ryan Stonehouse now,
as he'll kick it away for the second time. First kick, 47. This one looks good as well. And Pittsburgh getting set to take the field.
This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown on their last time out, looking to repeat that in Charles's defense. They were very frustrated after giving up 6 the last time on the field.
And frankly, it's just a battle of wills in a lot of ways because you know they're both motivated. They both game plan for this drive. And they both have specific outcomes in mind. To me, it just comes down to who can execute better and which side can step up and assert its will over the other.
From the gun, a run for Johnson. He takes this for 3 to the 29.
The tackle by Chris Jenkins. A 3-yard pickup. And it's third down.
Here's Rodgers.
A short one there to Freiermuth. And he will have the Steelers first down. It won't be by much. He needed 3, and he got 3, barely. But the mark shows first down.
First and 10 at the 33-yard line.
They fake the give. Now Rodgers. And he'll be hit as he releases it, and that'll fall incomplete.
Cam Taylor-Britt.
They'll give up the middle to Johnson. 12 yards that time at a Pittsburgh first.
That's good for a Steelers first down. A gain of 12.
How about that run? Picks up a first down. Note the enthusiasm in my voice. Remember, last week, AFC Offensive Player of the Week. I think he's trying to get another one in forward.
And you talked, watching film, a lot about his form and just hitting the hole, running north and south, as we like to say. And I think he's been doing that a lot recently.
Squaring those shoulders and getting downhill.
A gain of 18 on the play.
We both know it's difficult, but they've made it look effortless out there. Through the air, on the ground, they've moved the ball with relative ease.
From the gun, it's Rodgers. And he rifles one incomplete.
Here's second and 10.
Gaston Hill on the coverage.
Now it's Rodgers. Now he'll dump it underneath to his running back, complete. And he's got another first down as the tackle's going to be made at the Bengals' 26. It's brought in by Wilson. And they've got it inside the 10 at the 8. Another big gainer that time. This one goes for 19 yards.
Steelers first down. First and goal, Pittsburgh.
They'll try and run. This is Johnson. And they'll be driven back here, losing yardage to the 10-yard line. That's going to wind up a loss of a full 3 yards on first down.
Well, it's almost football 101 that you preach to your safeties. Don't let anyone get behind you to the last line of defense. But he didn't let the play come to him. He went to the play. How about that read and recognition and finishing off that one behind the line of scrimmage?
It'll be a gain of 5, and it's going to set up a third and goal.
A gain of 5 yards brings up third and goal.
To throw, it's Rodgers. And he is going to go down. Back at the 11-yard line. Trey Hendrickson showing off his pass rush repertoire that time.
3rd and goal, they decided to throw for it. But how about the play defensively? Couldn't find anyone open. Left him nowhere to go with the football. Had to absorb the sack.
Boswell's kick is good. And that moves him up by a touchdown now at 17-10. So no problems at all on that one. And you know, there's virtually no win. This is a kicker's dream here tonight.
It absolutely is, isn't it? So to me, with no wind, it should be a passer's dream as well, right? But in this case, the defense held out. They had to force the field goal.
And not much happening on the return as he'll get this to about the 23. Cincinnati now ready to take the field. They find themselves down 17-10 as they come up on a 1st and 10. They're passing here. Joe Burrow. Now a short one to Gesicki. Only able to gain a couple there. And it'll be 2nd down.
2 yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and 8.
They'll set up the throw. And the Steeler pressure too much here. He's going down. T.J. Watt. He's the one to get him, and that is sack number 7 for him on the year. Well, last game he had 2 sacks. Got another one here, picked up right where he left off.
Brandon, he spent the entire offseason working on new moves, new techniques, trying to add to his arsenal of pass rush moves. Certainly paying dividends in what we've seen so far.
So that'll leave Burrow and the Bengals with a 3rd and long after that sack we just saw. He'll drop to throw. Got him in. It's Brown. And he's going to be out up around the 45-yard line.
It's a gain of 29. And the Bengals.
And they'll send the tight end in motion. Open man downfield is Chase. He's got it. And all the way in for a Cincinnati score. Jamal Chase hitting double digits with his 10th touchdown of the season. And the Bengals are an extra point away now from tying this ball game. And he continues to be a focal point of this offense. That's now 10 touchdown catches for him on the year. And McPherson on for the extra point. And he gets it to go, and we're all even. 17 apiece. A drive there of just 4 plays. And it was Jamar Chase who finished it off with a touchdown reception. 17-17 the score. All even to this point as the kick's away. And the tackle going to be made right there at the 25-yard line. And Pittsburgh getting set to take the field. Their drive last time, it stalled out. They were forced to take the short field goal.
And the key phrase, you nailed it. Forced to, because you know coaches look at these short field goals as a last resort, right? To them, that's not.
And now off to the races down the right side. And he's in. Touchdown, Steelers. A great effort there with his 4th rushing touchdown on the year. And the Steelers are able to strike quickly here as they are in for 6. Boy, Charles, this offense is just so explosive. They lead the league in scoring, and another example of just how good they are right there on that play.
Yeah, we often overstate about how explosive teams are, but this team is truly a threat to score on every snap, especially on the first few plays of any series. And a big streak like that only adds to their reputation as the league's best offense.
Boswell now to kick it away after the touchdown. And he won't quite make it to the 25. The Bengals offense and Joe Burrow getting set for this next drive. And he's done everything you could have asked for coming in. He's spread it around. He hasn't taken many chances. And he's potentially on his way to a big game throwing the football. Burrow on play action. This will be caught by Brown. And from the 25, they work this to the 29, a gain of 4.
4 yards on the pickup. 2nd and 6.
They'll give this up the middle to Brown. And he'll earn a couple of tough yards past the 30 to the 31.
He's brought down at the 31. That's a gain of 3.
Burrow throws. Dancing away at the 35. And past the 40 before he's out of bounds.
That's good for the Bengals. First down.
Here's Burrow.
It connects quickly to Jamar Chase.
So 5 yards here, 5 on the play. And it's second down.
It's a gain of 5. Brings up second and 5 at their 48-yard line.
Now Burrow.
And he'll go right back to Chase. That's caught again. And Chase going to pick up a Bengals first down as he's going to get this down to the 45-yard line.
And we've hit the 2-minute mark in this first half of action. Burrow looking to pass.
Open man is Chase, complete. Second down and 4.
A 6-yard pickup brings up second and 4.
To the air again, Burrow.
This throw incomplete, nearly picked off. And with his pedigree, he doesn't drop many of those. But third down coming up.
Over the middle, and there's a diving catch. And they're going to have themselves another first down as the tackle's made at the Steelers' 27-yard line.
First and 10 at the 27-yard line.
And not all spectacular catches are the result of a pass that maybe was not thrown quite right. Sometimes it's thrown in the perfect spot, and you have to just go get it. He did that right there.
No fear there in the middle of the field. And that's good for a gain of 6. And that's going to bring up second down.
Brings up second and 4. At the
Back to throw again. This is the tight end Fant. Now it appears we have a Steeler here slow to get up.
Well, the medical staff is going to come out here and take a look, and we will take a short break. Week 7 action, and we've got a 7-point game here in the second quarter. And this offense hoping to change that right here.
On the right side, open is Gesicki. Now the Bengals going to use the first of their timeouts, as the clock will stop with 45 seconds to go in the first half. A chance now to get even before the break as they come up first and goal. Now they'll send a tight end in motion left. They'll go to Pirine, trying to pound it in. The Bengals going to use the second of their timeouts, as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. 2 of their 3 red zone trips so far they've come up empty on. They'll look to reverse that trend on second and goal. From the shotgun, he'll look to throw to the end zone, but it's incomplete. The Steeler defense proving its mettle here. And now this is third and goal. And he'll take this into the end zone for the Bengals TD.
Andre Yoshibas from 3 yards out. And the Bengals are an extra point away from tying the ball game here in the final minute of the first half.
These two teams in this first half, it's been fun. Back and forth, back and forth. Well, it's not fun for the defensive coordinators, but offensive coordinators are enjoying it.
Yeah, they're having streaks here, aren't they? Being able to put scores together and really bunch them up, and we have a tight game here. You know, we often talk about having the right shoes for the right turf. Today it's track shoes. That's what we've seen with these offenses.
Yeah, it's been an absolute track meet so far, and fun to watch. Nothing separating these two sides.
And he'll get it up just past the 20 as his guys will go to work at the 21-yard line. The Steelers offense and their running back getting ready to go back to work. He's been a tough man to stop in this first half. He's putting up some big numbers already, and we have yet to reach halftime. That's into the hands of Woods.
The Steelers signal for the second of their timeouts as they'll stop it with 25 seconds to go here in half number one. Ball up to the 35 now as they come up on 1st and 10. Rodgers now to throw. Over the middle, complete. It's Warren. Now the Steelers going to use their third and final timeout.
So as they talk it over, we step aside.
All defenses worry that whenever anyone catches the ball and has a head of steam come out of the backfield, it can turn into a big play with missed tackles or he runs through people. But they were right there waiting, and they stopped him for a minimal gain.
It's caught inside the 25. He's going to go out of bounds, but he takes this one down just shy of the 20.
That's good for us.
Rodgers to throw once more.
And that one too wide and incomplete.
Chris Boswell on for the field goal. A 38-yard attempt.
Boswell's kick is good, and they have regained the lead.
Well, in a close game like this, obviously you want the touchdown, but certainly they will take the 3.
And they'll be okay with that. But let's throw a little credit to the defense as well. I'm just glad this doesn't come down to a debate, right? Which side won, partner? Because the defense, hey, we didn't give up a touchdown. The offense, hey, we put 3 on the board. Either way you look at it, I think both sides gained something out of that drive.
He's going to loft one deep left side here.
That is incomplete. So halftime is upon us on Thursday night prime time, and we go off to Orlando and Scott Hansen for our halftime report.
Okay, Brandon, thank you. Week 7 of the regular season kicking off tonight in Cincinnati. A lot of great matchups coming up this weekend. We've got the Eagles and the Vikings, Commanders versus the Cowboys. And how about the one coming up on Sunday night? 2 teams who missed out on the postseason last year. They are playoff hungry this season. The Falcons and the Niners from Levi Stadium, 5:20 Pacific time, Sunday night. From there, Kansas City, here we come. Let's check in on the Chiefs. They're playing host to the Las Vegas Raiders. And it's Kareem Hunt. He'll find an opening and take it in. A 6-yard rushing touchdown. One more to tell you about real quick. It's up in Minneapolis. It's the Vikings taking on the Eagles. And it's the 2,000-yard rusher from a year ago, Saquon Barkley. He's going to show some burst, and he has a score, 24 yards on the touchdown. The Eagles escape with a 17-13 win. With that, a look at what else is still to come later this weekend around the NFL. In the game you're watching, it's been tight throughout, a field goal separating these two sides through 2 quarters. As we send you back out to the stadium with Brandon Godden and Charles Davis.
These offenses have been in fine form. What will the second half bring us as we are underway in quarter 3? And beyond the 20, but not by much. In fact, just a yard pass there to the 21. The Steelers offense and Aaron Rodgers getting set for their next drive. And he's an early front runner for MVP in the NFL here in the first half of the season. As you can see, he's a league leader in passing yards at this stage of the game.
319.
And they start the second half with Johnson. And a hard-earned yard there as he ran through one would-be tackler. It's second down.
They suspected that it was a power play up the middle coming at them, and boy, were they right. That defense got downhill in a hurry and limited them to just a couple on first down.
Throwing now is Rodgers.
A short one there to Farabee.
And they're able to get this one across the 35.
It's a gain of 14 yards. And the Steelers first down. 1st and 10 at the 36-yard line.
So from the 36 now, 1st and 10. Now a 10th carry for Johnson. And for one of the first times tonight, he's going to be held up at the line of scrimmage. Looking at a 2nd and 11 now after the loss.
At the 35-yard line.
Rodgers going to throw. That's caught right side. It's Warren. It'll be a gain of just a yard. And that brings up 3rd and a full 10 yards.
Right where this set of downs started, they need a full 10 here to pick up the first down and move the chains.
This one into the hands of Metcalf. And he's going to get this down to the 35-yard line. That gain on 3rd down, good for 28. So they'll come up in Bengals territory now with a 1st and 10 at the 35-yard line. They go back to the ground with Johnson.
And some strong running there as he's down just shy of the 20 on the edge of the red zone.
First down. 1st and 10 at the 21-yard line.
On play action, it's Rodgers. Over the middle, that's caught by Metcalf. And they'll get him down after a pickup of 8, 2nd and 2.
Now a 2nd and 2.
Brings up 2nd and 2. At the Bengals.
Johnson on the counter. And maybe a measure of revenge there. He's had his way in this one, but this time they get him behind the line. They'll break the huddle and come up on the 9th play of this drive, needing 5 yards on 3rd down. Now it's Rodgers. Looking this time for Woods, and it's intercepted.
Picked by Logan Wilson. And the Bengals are going to take possession here at their own 16-yard line.
The Bengals drive about to get going.
And their defense did its job, forcing the takeaway there to start the half, and now can the offense follow suit?
And you better believe that one side of the ball feeds off the work of the other, so they'll want to come out, establish some rhythm, and go down and take the lead. I have to think a major focus at the halftime meetings had to be figuring out how to create space for the running game to get operating.
Well, what you pointed out to me at half seems accurate. That line has struggled to sustain blocks.
Yeah, I would agree with that totally. They've got to focus on staying on their double teams at the first level, make sure that block's secured before they slide off, and try and chip someone at the second level.
Here we go. 1st and 10 at the 28-yard line.
They go play action with Burrow. Pass incomplete, but the flag in the backfield, and this might be a roughing call.
Roughing the passer, defense.
Well, Charles, sometimes we talk about the lengths officials sometimes go to protect star quarterbacks, but that was tough to argue against.
Yeah, and I'm sure that everyone's going to say, hey, we're going to administer the penalty the same way for all quarterbacks. But when it's a star back there, even more so are they going to be diligent about throwing the flag.
T.J. Watt, always a disruptor, there to blow that play up.
I see a shake of the head as he gets up, and you've got to imagine he's thinking, guys, you got to help me out. He's hoping his team can read his thoughts because he definitely needs some assistance.
From the shotgun, it's Burrow. He will find his man Chase complete. And they're going to have themselves another first down as the tackle's made at the Steelers' 38-yard line.
And the Bengals first down. 1st and 10.
Here we go.
38-yard
180. 180.
Up the middle, here's P-Line.
And he'll fight forward on the straight-ahead running for just a couple of yards, 2nd down.
Yeah, I don't know if it's exactly a win-win, but if you're on offense, you'll take that kind of a run, all right? It was kind of stacked up, found a little bit of yardage, and frankly, they're pretty close to staying on schedule on offense. The playbook is still open for the coordinator.
Draw play for Brown. And this has been a recurring theme tonight for sure. Nowhere to run. Back to the line of scrimmage, that's all. Officially no gain on the play, and they're left with a 3rd and 8. So 3rd down, they need to get to the 28 for a first. Out of the gun, it's Burrow.
This one complete to Yoshibas.
And he takes this just a few yards shy of the red zone before going out.
1st and 10, and they've got 3 tight ends out there. A jumbo package look.
Gun.
And hit behind the line. He lost the football. It's loose. And it looks like Steeler football. It is.
I know a lot of defensive coaches have certain guys on their squad that they look to as drive stoppers, guys who can make big plays, interceptions, knock it free. In this case, they didn't need one. The offense supplied it for them, just dropping the ball.
Yeah, and that was after they were doing so well on this drive through the air. They go to the ground, doesn't work. And Pittsburgh getting set to take the field. We have seen a lot of points here in this quarter. For us up here in the booth, it's been fun to watch. The defensive coordinators probably scratching their heads.
Yeah, they're going a little bit crazy right now. But let's face it, all of our friends who play fantasy, they're enjoying the heck out of this show because most of them are creating and getting a bunch of points.
Yeah, points certainly not at a premium here. And not much there. Maybe a yard up to the 24.
Early down stuff will put this offense in a precarious position. We know that securing the point of attack, especially against the big-bodied guys in the middle of this D, has got to be priority one.
He'll find Metcalf.
Now 3rd down is looming. A pickup of 2 on 1st down and just 1 yard there. Throwing is Rodgers.
Going to Woods, but that pass is intercepted.
And he returns it into enemy territory down to the 45-yard line.
Here we go.
Off the play fake, here's Burrow. He's going to take a shot right away for the end zone. And that is caught. He's got it for a Bengal touchdown.
T. Higgins,
His 2nd touchdown on the season.
and the Bengals have retaken a 3rd quarter lead. Extra point by McPherson, up and good.
And that will make this a 4-point game. The kicking team out now for the Bengals as they'll send this one away.
More dangerous return man showing it here. And they'll have very good starting field position as he's up just shy of the 40.
And Pittsburgh getting set to take the field. Now they've sort of lost their way, partner. How do they recalibrate and get this proverbial train back on track?
Well, this is where leadership really comes into play. How's the head coach handling it? The offensive coordinator? Sometimes they just make a joke. All right, guys, had your fun? All right,
Throw it out the window.
yeah, let's get back on track here. And sometimes that'll work just fine.
I guess it's time now to lean on that leadership.
From the 44-yard line, here's 2nd and 5.
To throw, it's Rodgers.
That's caught. It's Austin left side.
And he's able to get this one down to the 40-yard line.
And the Steelers first down.
The first down carry here for Johnson. And maybe a measure of revenge there. He's had his way in this one, but this time they get him behind the line. So the first down run lost a couple. Now they come up 2nd and 12. The Bengal pressure gets him that time. Down he goes.
Demetrius Knight in there to drop him, and that will go in the books as the first sack of his young NFL career. Congratulations, young man. That is caught. And he's got another first down as the tackle's going to be made at the Bengals' 23. You take a look at his receiving numbers so far. He's been terrific. Up over 100 yards now for the game.
A gain of 30. First down, Steelers.
So the big play gets him all the way down to the outskirts of the red zone here for 1st and 10. Here's Rodgers to throw. And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete.
Well, a momentary speed bump there with that throw, partner. The defense had other ideas, and they're trying to mount a small stand before this drive reaches the end zone.
And he gets it inside the 10 to the 9.
149 yards for him on the ground now. He has been a tough man to bring down all night.
Partner, it's not often that I expect running backs to eclipse 100 yards in back-to-back games, but he left 100 way behind last week. I think he's going to do it again. I'm expecting 150 or more.
And last week, AFC Offensive Player of the Week. So if he does what you say he might, maybe he'll get another one.
Hey, I think he's locked in.
To throw is Rodgers. Left side here taken in by Metcalf. That was the 8th play of the drive, so a somewhat fitting pickup of 8 yards. Second and goal from the 1.
Oh, now a running play here with Smith.
And he tries to power forward, but he will not get back to the line of scrimmage.
A big play forthcoming. Here's third and goal.
Now Rodgers.
Out to the flat here for Johnson.
Touchdown! A great play there. He scored on the ground and through the air.
And the Steelers have answered back with a third-quarter touchdown of their own to retake the lead. Well, he is putting in a great all-around game, Charles. He already ran one in for a score, and now they utilize him in the passing game.
And they put a lot of pressure on a defensive coordinator and a defense, don't they? Because they're used to him as a runner. But it turns out he's just as dangerous as some of those receivers, and he showed it right there. You don't pay enough attention to him defensively, he makes you pay.
And he'll get into the end zone, so that pushes the lead up to 4. So they're able to throw it in for the 2-point conversion. Sometimes that can be a risky play, but they got it.
Yeah, you always have to be careful here because if you do get it intercepted, it's returned by the defense, that's 2 points for them. But he identified an open target and put it right on him.
Chris Boswell to kick off for Pittsburgh.
Boswell now to kick it away after the touchdown.
And he brings us out past the 20 to the 24.
Now the Cincinnati offense ready to see what they can do here.
Well, partner, you know, coaches always say that every play is designed to score a touchdown. Sometimes that's not really true, but last drive, that was the case. One play to get into the end zone, and now they'll try to duplicate that success here.
And it's rare for those moments to happen. Incredible when they do. And you saw the celebration. Pure, unbridled joy after that one.
Nowhere to go that time. Might have got the yard after the 25.
I'm on, ready?
From the 25, here's second and 9.
Here we go.
At the 20.
In motion, the tight end.
Big 13.
They're passing here. Joe Burrow.
Open man is Yoshibas.
And he gets this one just shy of the 40, down at the 39. They call his number again. It's his 6th catch and a first down.
Fourth quarter coming up here on Thursday Night Primetime.
We'll return with more after this break. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now in Cincinnati. It's the Bengals. They've got the football, but they trail here as we get rolling in quarter number 4.
Here, stop.
Running right, here's Brown. And they're able to swarm him behind the line, and his rough night continues. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up second and 11.
Sometimes you just sit back and marvel at what he can do defensively. Speed, strength, quickness, he's the whole package. And that package just wrapped up the runner for a loss.
180.
Here's Burrow. And the Steeler pressure too much here. He's going to go down.
Dropped for a loss of 7 by multiple defenders.
He is proving his worth defensively. Getting the sack here, that comes after being named the AFC Defensive Player of the Week for his performance in last week's game.
He's stacking games together, isn't he? I mean, you just mentioned what he did the previous week to be named AFC Defensive Player of the Week. Continuing to play at that level. And when you get that kind of confidence going, those kind of guys are hard to stop.
Gesicki hauling in the quick throw. And he's going to be stopped here at the 43, and that is not near enough to pick up the first. Here's Ryan Stonehouse now as he's on to punt for Cincinnati. And that one hits a little too close to the goal line, and it continues into the end zone for a touchback. The visitors' offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. And he has been masterful so far in leading this offense. He's kept the mistakes to a minimum. He's been on point with his passes, and he's generally been one step ahead of this defense all game long. The busy night continues for Johnson. And for one of the first times all night, he is going to go nowhere as they bury him behind the line. Now Rodgers. He finds Austin complete. That's a gain of 4 here in the fourth quarter, with them leading by 4 on the scoreboard. Here's Rodgers. Targeting Metcalf. He's had the hot hands in this one. And he's going to step out of bounds at the 35-yard line. A big play that time for Pittsburgh. 44 yards.
First down. First and 10 at the 35-yard line.
Throwing now is Rodgers. And that is incomplete. He couldn't hold on through the contact. Brings up second down.
And partner, to me, that one was all about timing. If he's there too early, it's going to be a pass interference call. If he's too late, it's a completed pass. He was Johnny on the spot on that one.
And he'll get a little over 2, maybe a full 3 down to the 32-yard line. The 25-yard line is what they need here. This is third down. Completes it to Austin. And he's got another first down as the tackle's going to be made at the Bengals' 15-yard line. It'll be a gain of 17 and a Pittsburgh first.
First down. First and 10 at the 15-yard line.
That's what we're used to seeing from him right there. Plays like that, why he's number 4 in the league in terms of receiving yardage.
Able to make adjustments all along the way. Doesn't matter where he lines up, where he releases from. Working his way into the secondary. Figures out defenses and finds weak spots in order to get open.
It's Logan Wilson there to bring him down.
Second and 7 at the 13-yard line.
They toss it to Warren. And he'll be dropped at about the 11 after only a yard.
Absolutely love the effort there. The ability to flow from his inside spot and stop that one at the line of scrimmage. Nice linebacker play.
Rodgers now to throw. And caught in the end zone. Touchdown, Steelers. Calvin Austin, an 11-yard touchdown. And the Steelers add on to their lead, and it's looking like that win streak is going to extend another week. But that's certainly an important touchdown there and makes this a 2-score game.
But as we've seen, no lead is safe in this one with the way these two offenses have lit up the scoreboard. I would imagine that on their sidelines, they're both yelling at their defenses, hey, you want to get involved here? One big play from you, that could win the game for us.
All right, now a big 2-point conversion attempt still to come.
The Steelers will line up for the 2-point conversion.
Rodgers will throw for it. And he will get into the end zone to extend the lead by 2 more.
Steelers 43. Bengals.
So they go with a pass, and it works there on the 2-point try. Charles, just in general, what are your thoughts passing versus running on 2-point conversion? Situational?
It is situational, and you have to know your team. What is your strength? Because so many people think you have to throw the ball in a 2-point conversion, but the stats will tell you that running it is about as proficient. So know your team and go to your strength.
Chris Boswell to kick off for Pittsburgh.
Boswell now to kick it away after the touchdown.
And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line.
Cincinnati now ready to take the field.
And the script really is flipped for them. The momentum on the other sideline, and now they have to try and battle back from a 2-score deficit. Burrow and the Bengals with a 1st and 10.
Right at the 30. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. Call it a gain of 6 on the play. And that'll make it 2nd down. Fourth quarter, every drive's so critical, and you figure may only get one more shot after this, so a touchdown's imperative on this drive.
It is, but you also have to think to yourself in play calling, don't hold anything back. Don't save it for the 2nd touchdown. You got the first one for the 2nd one to even matter.
That one a 1st down pickup of 8.
Well, they certainly had success throughout this contest, getting him the ball in the passing game, and there he picks up another 1st down. Whatever they saw going into this one, they've been able to capitalize on it, and no adjustment has been made to take it away.
It'll go as a gain of 4, and it'll be 2nd down.
4 yards on the pickup.
Here we go.
2nd and 6 at their 48-yard.
Here's Burrow setting up to throw. Now, quick throw there going to be batted away and incomplete.
That was well played, but that's also an example of a corner who understands his coverage, realized he had support behind him, and could be a little more aggressive in the shorter zone, and did exactly that, knocking that pass away.
Now Burrow looking deep here for Chase.
And that will be incomplete. Well, they weren't scared to let it fly, but it falls to the ground and brings up 4th down. And they're indeed going to go for it here on 4th down. So trailing here in the last quarter, let's see how this plays out.
11.
They'll try and throw forward with Burrow. Able to find the open man. That's complete.
And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. The time to pull out the stops is now, and they convert there on 4th down.
Good yardage on the completion there. When they look at the scoreboard, they do understand a field goal is not going to do them any good. My guess, they're going to press the ball downfield as far as possible, try and throw it into the end zone and get a score because they know they've got to get that done and get the ball back as quickly as possible.
From the 32-yard line now, here's a 2nd and 4.
Here we go.
At the Steelers' 32-yard line.
To the air again, Burrow. Now he's going to step up and run.
And he gets it all the way down inside the 10 and mark him at the 5. Big yardage there on the scramble. It gets him a 1st down.
11.
1st and goal at the 5-yard line.
Let's get set.
Now it's Burrow. Under a heavy rush, and down he goes. A big loss there of about 7 yards on 1st and goal, so now it's 2nd down.
Well, there's still time to rectify this situation because the silver lining, they took a sack on 1st and goal. But that close to the goal line, that still definitely hurts.
So 1st down went in the wrong direction. They're at the 13-yard line. Here's 2nd and goal.
Hey, can.
From the shotgun, it's Burrow. And he's got his man in stride, complete. Down to the 6-yard line on a pickup of 6 as he gets halfway to the goal line.
Gun. Stop. 180. Wait up.
3rd and goal. Burrow. This is caught. Touchdown, Bengals. Mike Gesicki, his 1st touchdown on the year. And the Bengals have made it a 1-score game again here in the 4th. So how about that for an answer? They get the touchdown there, and it's back to a 1-score game here in the 4th.
And that's what these guys have done all game long because they've scratched and slashed their way to stay in this game. And by now we should all realize they're not going away. Now the pressure again swings to their defense because they're going to need to find some way to get the ball back.
Charles, they're trying to protect this lead late. Those are the types of mistakes they could afford to go without.
About the last thing you want to give them is help in completing a comeback, which is exactly what that penalty does.
And that is over the back line of the end zone. It's a touchback, and they'll bring this out to the 35-yard line. So here are the Steelers to take over on offense. Remember, they're riding that 5-game winning streak, and right now in the driver's seat in this ball game as well. Here's a 20th carry for Johnson. And he'll grab a gain of 5 out of this up to the 41-yard line.
Brandon, you know how many times we've done games, and at the start of the fourth quarter, we see both teams hold up the 4 fingers, fourth quarter is ours. Well, how about this drive? You saw the 4 fingers for 4-minute offense, and this offensive line has really hunkered down and established themselves.
Yeah, this is where they say, put the game on our shoulders, we'll lead the way, right?
No doubt about it, and let me tell you, if you're a running back, all you want to do is get behind those big fellas, have a little vision, and find some space.
And a solid way to do that on the first play of the drive there. Now on the heels of that run by Johnson, here's another 1st and 10. On play action, Rodgers. Oh, the ball comes out on the hit, but they'll say it's incomplete.
Now a 2nd and 10.
Off the draw, here's Johnson.
And a good job of finding the open space to run as he's down close to the 30 here. 186 yards on the ground for him now as he has gotten better, really, as the night's gone on. No doubt those are the types of carries they're looking for here, Charles. The lead in the fourth quarter. This is when coaches that have a reliable running game, they breathe a little easier on the sideline.
Yeah, they love the idea that they can take the air out of the football at this point of the game. That means they're really counting on that offensive line, counting on the runners, taking care of the football. Because you're going to tell your quarterback, hey, no time to be a hero. We're not going to throw it here. Just eat up that clock. And if you have the ball, they can't score.
So after the loss of a yard, they'll look to push forward here on 2nd down and 11. Up the middle, Johnson. And he'll be a couple yards shy of the red zone here at the 22-yard line.
And we got a pause following the play because it appears a member of the Bengals in some discomfort. So as the medical staff takes a look, we'll step aside.
Here we go, 3rd and 1. Gut check time on both sides. They'll try and run for it. Here's Johnson.
And he will have the Steelers first down by a couple of yards as they're able to convert there on 3rd and 1.
The Bengals going to use the 2nd of their timeouts. That's going to leave them with just 1 remaining here in this fourth quarter.
So here's a 1st and 10 now down inside the 20.
Again, it's Johnson. And they'll get him down right around the 16. And now here comes the 3rd of their timeouts defensively. So they'll be left with only the 2-minute warning to stop it from here on out.
Here's 2nd and 7.
They'll give up the middle to Johnson. And stopped a few yards shy of the goal line at the 3.
The Steelers first down. 1st and goal at the 3-yard line.
Fourth quarter, down to the final 2 minutes, and we've got a 1-score game.
So the Steelers with the football as we get you reset. They've got it 1st and goal as they search for what could be a game-sealing touchdown. It's 1st and goal, and a late touchdown at this stage could officially salt this one away.
Johnson going to be hit and met at the line of scrimmage. They get him down at the 3.
this is where coaches have to spend a lot of time going over situations with their players, because him getting tackled there is not the worst thing in the world. You're going to run more plays, right? Clock's going to go. But his thought process is getting into the end zone. It's counterintuitive for him to actually go down in this spot.
Yeah, but like you say, you don't want to get in the end zone too early here.
No, not at all, because you may leave an opening that could come back and get you.
And he'll get him a bit closer as he's down at the 2-yard line.
Oh, Brandon, I'm going to tell you, this is football time to me. They're inside the 10-yard line. That's like drawing the line in the sand. Who's going to make the stand here? Defensive guys, they know if he gets in the end zone, this ball game is over. And the guys with the football.
And he's across for the touchdown. And in the final minute, that should just about seal it.
And that right there is the definition of a statement drive. You're in the fourth quarter, trying to get to the finish line. And here, they were able to hold the ball for a long time and move it down the field. And how about them finishing it off with the touchdown run? Winning football 101? Check that box.
And now the Steeler offense staying out there, and they'll go for 2.
The Steelers will line up.
They'll try and throw for it. And he is into the end zone again as he scores both the touchdown and the 2-point conversion to extend this lead. And, of course, on the 2-point try, had the option to run or pass. They pass it there, and it works.
Felt pretty straightforward, didn't it? An open receiver, ball's put on him, 2 points for them.
Chris Boswell to kick off for Pittsburgh.
Boswell now to kick it away after the touchdown.
And he'll get it up past the 20 to about the 22. So Burrow and the Bengals
Down by 13, 43 seconds to go. It's an extremely tall order in front of them, but they've got the ball with a first down.
Right in. Right in.
Here's Burrow.
Now a desperation throw deep downfield. And it's knocked away and incomplete.
Just a difficult situation to be in here in the final minute. Down 2 scores, you know you need some providence from somewhere. They're going to keep firing away till the end, but this one falls incomplete.
And this throw incomplete. The defender all over him that time, and it's going to lead to 3rd down.
Brings up 3rd down and 10.
Here we go, here we go.
Throwing, Burrow. He'll try and do this himself.
Nothing open downfield, so he'll throw it away.
That means it's just one last chance left, and this has to be a first down or a touchdown, or this game's over.
Here we go, here we go. Right in.
Here we go. It's Burrow on 4th down.
Wow, that is incomplete.
They had to go for it with such little time remaining. And the Steelers, they're going to take over an excellent field position. So with that, we can just about close the book on this one, Charles.
Yeah, what's the old expression about slim and none? Well, Slim just left town on that
They're
one.
down to none?
Yes, exactly right.
319.
They'll go ahead and take the knee here, and the unbeaten season will continue.
So it's a win here for the Steelers. And we've said it so many times in the past, but it was Aaron Rodgers, CD, who really led the way.
Yeah, I think we both were really impressed with how he played. He threw for almost 400 yards, had 3 touchdown passes, and was absolutely in total control of this offense.
So for Pittsburgh, they remain as hot as anyone, 6-0 now through the first month and a half. And they'll get a few extra days to get ready for next week. Meanwhile, for Cincinnati, They fall a game under the 500 mark at 3-4 through 7 games. And they'll get a chance to redeem themselves at home next week. Thanks for tuning in, everybody.
Artistry on display. Hi, everyone. I'm Scott Hansen. This is your EA Sports Weekly Recap for Week 7. Lots to get you caught up on. We'll start in Arlington. The Cowboys at home to take on the Washington Commanders. And this is Jalen Tolbert. He's going to look in the catch and then look upfield and watch this. 64 yards for the touchdown. From there, it's on to Cincinnati, checking in on the Bengals as they host the Pittsburgh Steelers. And this is Aaron Rodgers. He went for more than 300 yards passing, including this, one of his 3 touchdowns through the air. One last one to show you, and it's in Detroit. It's the Lions taking on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And this is ARSB Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's so good working down the field, hauls this one in stride. A 55-yard touchdown. The Lions up their record to 5-2 as they get the victory here. And that's a wrap for this week. For all the hardworking men and women in the studio, Scott Hansen saying goodnight. We'll see you again next week, right here on EA Sports.
Don't tell me what I should do. I'ma do what I want anyway. Don't really care what you think. You should get out of my way. Get your talking face out of my way. 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 I got too many plays. I don't even play. Get out of my way. Out of my way. Out of my way. Super way. my face, taking up all of my space. You should get out of my way, you should get out of my way. Don't tell me what I should do, I'ma do what I want anyway. Don't really care what you think, you should get out of my way. Get your talking face out of my way, out of my way, out of my way, out of my way, out of my way. I got too many plays, I don't even play. Get out of my way, out of my way, out of my way.
Super way up, get your weight up, put your plate up. You a foreign, we at war, and I got all the hallelujah, Talladega, baby Jesus, in the flesh, come and get it, and I'm get it. All my friends coming with all their friends, and we get active, yeah, we get active, yeah. All of my tattoos black, my eyes bloodshot red. I'm ready right now. Don't run your mouth too quick. Let's get it. Stop talking. One way, my way, my way, my way, my way, my way.
Don't make me wipe you, get your talking out my face. It's in my mind, winning this in my DNA. I gotta get it, I don't know no other way. Get out my way.
Why you all in my face, taking up all of my space? You should get out of my way, you should get out of my way. Don't tell me what I should do, I'ma do what I want anyway. Don't really care what you think, you should get out of my way. Get your talking face out of my way, out of my way, out of my way, out of my way, out of my way. I got too many plays, I don't even play.
Out of my way,
get out of my way,
out of my way,
out of my way.
All my friends coming with all their friends, and we get active, yeah, we get active, yeah. All of my tattoos black, my eyes bloodshot red. I'm ready right now. Don't run your mouth too quick. Let's get it. Stop talking. One way, my way, my way, my way, my way, my way.
Don't make me wipe you, get your talking out my face. It's in my mind, winning this in my DNA. I gotta get it, I don't know no other way. Get out my way.
This speech is my recital. I think it's very vital to rock around. That's right, on time. It's tricky. It's the play. Here we go. It's tricky to rock around. To rock around. That's right, on time. It's tricky. It's tricky. 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 It's tricky to rock around. To rock around. That's right, on time. It's tricky. Tricky. Tricky.
I met this little girlie. Her hair was kind of curly. Went to her house and out. I had to leave real early.
These girls are really, all they just say is, or spend some time and rock a rhyme. I said it's not that easy. It's tricky to rock around, that's right, on time it's tricky. How is it, babe? It's tricky, tricky. It's tricky to rock around, that's right, on time it's tricky.
Tricky. In New York, the people talking try to make us rhyme. They really hawk, but we just walk because we have no time.
And in the city, it's a pity, cause we just can't hide. Tinted windows don't mean nothing, they know who's inside.
stop the rock. Stop the rock. Stop the rock. Stop the rock. Can't stop the rock. You can't stop the rock. Stop the rock. Stop the rock. Stop the rock. Can't stop the rock. You can't stop the rock. Can't stop the rock. You can't stop the rock. Can't stop the rock. You can't stop the rock. Can't stop the rock. You can't stop the rock. Can't stop the rock. You can't stop. Shake my paranoia. Can't stop the rock. 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 Shake my paranoia. I'm moving, dancing like Madonna into the groove. Shake my paranoia. I'm moving, dancing like Madonna into the groove. Stop the rock, can't stop the rock, you can't stop the rock, can't stop the rock, you can't stop the rock, can't stop the
retains the name of the city's beloved former stadium. We're here at Empower Field at Mile High in Denver. Up next, it's our main event between the Dallas Cowboys and the Denver Broncos. On the visiting sideline, head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Brian Schottenheimer. His side coming into this one with a sterling 6-1 record. Along the opposite sideline, the head coach of the Broncos. His guys with the crowd at their backs, and things only going to get louder once this game begins. Glad to have you with us for this one, football fans. Kate Scott and Brock Hewitt on the call. It's Pro Bowler Brandon Aubrey with the honors. And off we go from Denver. And he's brought down just beyond that 25-yard line. So the Broncos offense getting set for their first drive. And bringing them out. He was a rookie last season when he took the Broncos to the playoffs for the first time in 9 years. Now a sophomore. It's Bo Nix.
Just an all-around great performance from him last week, Kate, in the win. Those 2 touchdowns he had played a big part in the victory, no question. But so did keeping it clean, not throwing a pick. You want to become friendly with your own defense? Make sure they don't have any extra possessions to defend. He did his job, and so did his teammates.
First run of the game for J.K. Dobbins. And he'll get it only the 38-yard line before going down. Call it 7 yards on the play, and that's enough for the first down. Two set of downs for him. They'll start at the 38. On first down, it's Nix. That's him on the quick hitter. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. 2nd and 3 now.
It's a gain of 7. Brings up 2nd and 3.
Short pass brought in. And he's officially into enemy territory now. They're going to give him the opposing 49.
A 7-yard gain.
On 1st and 10, here's Nix. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Gonna have to wait a little longer for his first catch of the game. So it's 2nd down coming up. Shotgun handoff for Dobbins. He's able to drive that pile about a yard. Down by the East Carolina rookie, Savon Revel.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
On 3rd down, here's Nix. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Just couldn't hang on through the contact. And they're going to be stuck with a 4th and long. And that's going to pin them as deep as it can go. They're going to be set up inside their own 5-yard line. So here come the Cowboys for their opening drive. And they're brought out by a quarterback celebrating a decade now as an NFL starter. Originally the 135th pick back in that 2016 NFL Draft, it's Dak Prescott. They'll run here with Tajay Spears.
As you're running onto the field with this kind of field position as a quarterback, you're reminding yourself and your huddle, hey, let's be disciplined. Got to be on the details here. Got to take care of the football. You also encourage them and let them know that script you've been working on all week, well, there's a lot of field and there's a lot of plays ahead of them to go and put a score on the board.
And you won't be able to get past the line, and very quickly, Brock, they're going to be facing 3rd down to begin this ballgame. Ooh, talk about a bad look there, Brock. Going jumbo set and still moving backwards after that play.
I don't think you're talking to this defense, Kate, because I think they thought that was an excellent look to knock that thing backwards.
Yeah, good point, good point. And he's going to get him all the way up near that 30-yard line, Brock. Knocked down a step or two shy of it. Coming the line for another 1st and 10. They're going to stay on the ground with Spears. And that's going to be a gain of 8 on 1st down. We get a look at his rushing numbers from last week here. What he was able to do in support of that win. Last run got him 9, so now they need one more here on 2nd down. Dak to the air here. Completed over the middle. And he's down after getting this up to the 41. This one goes for 3 yards. And that's good for a Dallas first down.
And the Cowboys first down.
First down, here's Dak. Broncos all around him, and down he goes. And the big play drives them backwards. Second down coming up.
Oftentimes, these early exchanges are just a feeling-out process for rushers and blockers. They can also set the tone for the battles the rest of the game, and that defender, you know, with an early win, he's feeling really good about himself.
Pass rush could be coming again after that last sack, Brock. Let's see. Here's 2nd and 19. From the gun is Prescott. He's in trouble, and they bring him down again. And the back-to-back sacks. Nice work by the defense there. Sets him up with a 3rd down.
Couple sacks on the opening drive. You better get to fix-it mode in a hurry. And I'm talking about on the sidelines. I'm talking as a quarterback. You've got to solve this pass rush because we know one thing about guys in this league defensively. When they get a couple sacks, they can smell it. And they're going to raise the intensity to another level.
And this one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line.
Not that he needed to, but he'll always try and remind people that he's a threat running it in addition to slinging it all over the field.
Escapes a defender. And before that return amounts to much, they bring him down. The Broncos and Cortland Sutton taking the field once again. And he's been one of the central pillars of this offense this season. Right now sitting 2nd in the NFL in receptions. All right, Denver getting everybody set. So they've got 1st and 10. Play action with Nix. Gets it downfield, on target to Sutton. And they're all the way across midfield before he's brought down. A big play, 23 yards to move those chains.
The analytics will tell you a handful of these kind of plays per game, and your odds per drive of scoring go way up.
Nix now on 1st and 10. And he's not quite that fast. Let him just a bit too much. That's incomplete. After the incomplete pass, here comes 2nd and 10.
Kenneth Murray on the coverage.
Nix. This is Ingram looking left side. Good defensive effort here. Drives him back across midfield onto their own side.
Hey, I know it's tough to evaluate when you're playing at game speed when there's chaos all around you. But if he looked around, I'm not sure that's a throw he would make again. Even one of the biggest targets, big old tight end, couldn't fight back to the line of scrimmage.
And that nice catch not going to translate into a new set of downs just yet. The stop is made in time to make it 4th and short.
I'm a big fan of the screen pass. Really, you can run a screen as they just showed on any play. 1st, 2nd, 3rd down, sometimes even 4th. But it takes great acumen, a great football IQ defensively to have an awareness it's coming, and more importantly, to stop it. He was hitting from that distance pregame. Heck, we were on the field watching it, and they were confident he could do so again. Just did not work out this time around.
So Coach Brian Schottenheimer sending his Cowboys offense back to the field. And we'll see, Brock, if they go back to that ground game this drive after how well they ran it their last time out.
I'm going to probably say yes on that one, Kate. This is a team with a known identity across the league. They're going to hang their hat on running the football effectively. I think they'll get right back to work.
And this goes across midfield and into Broncos territory. He's gained a 5 on that 1st down. Let's see if they can repeat that performance now here on 2nd. Off the play fake, gets Prescott. Looking to his fullback now. And he fights his way down to the 35 before the defense can get him out. New set of downs from 37. Here's Prescott, 1st and 10. And down he goes. The Bronco defense gets there. It's 3 sacks for the game so far. Brings up 2nd down.
To get home and hit and impact the quarterback at this level, well, typically you got to do what this defense is doing. And that's keeping an offense off balance. Change up your looks. Rotate your personnel. Throw in some wrinkles. And once again, go hit that quarterback.
It's caught. This is Tajay Spears. And they don't get any help on this 2nd down, Brock. He is out right along the line, so no gain. Third and long. Prescott. to his wideout. It's a screen. And he takes it just inside the 40, down to the 39. Now a stoppage for an injured player. Oh, that's their playmaker, George Pickens, who's shaken up. Significant loss for their offense if this is serious. So fourth down brings out Brandon Aubrey to try for the Cowboys field goal. This from the right hash and a considerable distance. And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. And that'll mark their first appearance in our scoring summary today.
A lot of them may make it look automatic, but you get this deep, and those field goals are far from a certainty. It took all his concentration, every bit of his strength, to send that puppy through.
He stopped on the run back at the 27. Denver set to take the field on offense. They left a few on the table their last time out, Brock, settling for a field goal try to miss the mark. First call here coming from the shotgun. Beginning on the ground here with Dobbins. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that first down play. Run lost him a yard to begin the drive. Here comes 2nd and 11. Out of the gun, it's Nix. Got a man, it's Marvin Mims. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain.
Good luck defending that short yardage slant. Just not going to happen. There's a reason this is a go-to play for just about any quarterback in every situation.
Now Nix on third down. Got for big yards on the right side. And he's all the way across midfield down inside that 45-yard line. Give him 24 yards on that one. And it's going to be first down Denver.
First and 10 at the 43-yard line.
Double coverage, deal breaker for a lot of QBs, Brock, but less so when it's a target you trust.
You know, it's interesting, Kate, even 20-something years ago, watching Marvin Harrison and Peyton Manning work, every defense would go into every game trying to double cover him, but yet those two, like we just saw right there, just got it done regardless.
And he's going to be stopped, but not before he gets him all the way down to that 15-yard line. Will he keep this drive moving, partner? Here's another first and 10.
At the 15-yard line.
They'll throw again. Nix. Finds Troutman. And they shove him out. Looks like he got about 6 before they did so. It's second down.
Out of bounds down at the 8-yard line.
Off the play fake. Here's Nix. And he will score. Touchdown, Denver. The Broncos pull ahead 6-3 in the first. Well, we all know that he's somebody they like to have working down near the end zone, Brock, and there is so many ways they know how to use him down there.
Yeah, things are constantly different down there when you're trying to defend him, which is what makes defending him so tough, borderline impossible at times. He can make the smallest little tweaks to his route just like a receiver would, and it's a totally different animal, a nightmare for these defenses.
That one right down the middle. And the Broncos take a 4-point lead. Here's Lutz set to kick this away. This return starts at the 5. And that's going to set them up just beyond their own 20. Cowboys just about set. Here comes first and 10. Looking from the pistol, Prescott. Brought in by Jake Ferguson. And they're able to drive him out as he reaches the 45. To the line and set. Here we go, first down. Spears running behind 7. And that's good for a gain of 5. Alex Singleton makes the tackle. Now after battling on that run, we see one of their linemen appears to be injured and in need of some attention. First down run gets him 6, so now it is 2nd and 4. Prescott with a blitz coming. Out left, Lamb makes the grab. And he's able to reach the 40 on that play. They come through with a nice gain of 10 and a first down.
That's good for our Cowboys. First down. It's a gain of 10. First down, Cowboys.
They will not get another play off. We're at the end of 1. It's the Broncos out in front. We'll get you back to Mile High after this. Second quarter all set to begin, and it'll be Cowboys football. They're looking at yet another 1st and 10 on this drive. And he'll be met near the line to limit the game to a yard. Opening up to stop that play with Jahdae Barron.
I think one thing you learn, Kate, when you transition from college to the NFL, not every run is going to be a big play. Some of them, well, they're just destined to end in a minimal gain, and some of them will set up that critical play action for later.
Now the first run of the game for Javonte Williams. His foray up the middle, and that's about 3. Brandon Jones up to the stop.
You know, these are the kind of runs, Kate, that a balanced game plan and a balanced offense is built on. It gets you good yardage, it sets up your play action, and it keeps that defense honest.
Complete beyond the marker. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
It sure seemed like he knew exactly where he was going with that right off the snap.
Running the counter, Spears. Running in the red zone. And he is into the end zone for a Dallas touchdown. The Cowboys take a second quarter lead. It's a Tajay Spears touchdown.
Okay, you know what a run like that does? For everybody, for the play caller, for the O-lineman, for the offense, it just gives you confidence that you can call that run again and not expect a little chunk, but go get explosive on the ground as well.
Brandon Aubrey now on for the extra point. The point after splits the upright. And the Cowboys push their lead to 3. Aubrey now to kick this one away. On the return, here's Mims. Kicks away from one. Now bottle him up just as he gets it to the 30. The Broncos and quarterback Bo Nix gearing up for their next series. And he already has a passing touchdown in this game. As you can see, that's what he's done with regularity all year, sitting among the NFL leaders in that category. They'll start on the ground with Dobbins. He dodged the tackle. Free up the middle. It's a breakaway. All the way. Touchdown, Denver. The Broncos take the lead on the first play of the drive. J.K. Dobbins with the touchdown. Wow, just sensational speed from the back that time, Brock. He found his seam, got through it, and he was gone.
You know, it's one thing, Kate, to have singles hitters, and you love those, and you appreciate guys that can get on base. But it's the home run hitters that are the difference makers, and what a big-time effort.
What's there to tack on the extra point? And the Broncos take a 4-point lead. Here's Lutz set to kick this away. Has this at the 6. Escapes a defender. And a decent run back is going to end as they bring him down inside the 30. All right, working from the gun to start. 1st and 10. Working out of the gun, it's Prescott. Gets him on the quick hitter. And they will finally catch up to him just a second before he could reach that 40. Fresh set of downs now from the 39. 1st and 10, Prescott. And his perfect start is over. And that's the first one of his throws to wind up incomplete. So it's 2nd and 10 now, ball still at that 39-yard line. Back to the air, Prescott. Short pass brought in. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Throwing again. Prescott finds him over the middle. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Ball's on the 48. Here we go. First down.
First and 10 at the 48-yard line.
First down. Here's Dak. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. After the incompletion, they come up on 2nd and 10. Up the gut they go with Williams. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. Give him 3 that time. That's going to bring up 3rd and 7. Third and long. They're going to throw. Throwing over the middle, but it's incomplete.
We see this all the time. The number one thing you see NFL defenses do, try to force that 4th down, it's down coverage. Put your cover guys on the field. Let the boys up front cut it loose with pressure. The cover guys go shut it down.
And this one had a brief chance, but not a good kick in the end. He misses it. And this will remain a 4-point game.
Hey, listen, I know kickers are arguably better today than they've ever been in the history of football. But anything from 60-plus is still awfully ambitious. And that time, it didn't pan out.
The Broncos are getting the ball back as J.K. Dobbins runs out there. The ball's on the 48. Here we go. First down. And that front is really going to need to buckle down and provide some more opposition because he's gotten off to an excellent start here. And they're going to bring him down at the 36. They'll move the chains after that pickup of 12.
Nice to see that connection, that chemistry working between the two of them.
They've got first down here from the 36. Next, quick out wide, complete. And he's going to work this down to the 32. Brought down by Savon Revel.
A gain of 4. It's now a 2nd and 6.
On 2nd down, here's Dobbins. He's going to be brought down after a gain of 5, right up next to that line to gain. Here we go, goal line formation coming out on 3rd and inches. Nick's trying to sneak it. And he's going to be touched down as he gets him enough to pick up the first down.
It's a gain of a yard. And the Broncos first down. First and 10 at the 25-yard line.
Nick's from the gun. Couldn't connect across the middle. It's an incomplete pass. Another try from the 25. It's 2nd and 10.
Savon Revel on the coverage.
Shotgun snap to Nix. The sideline shot snagged by Sutton. And he's taken out as he brings it down towards the 10.
That's another Broncos first down.
Wow, very quick throw, but they couldn't connect.
Nix's pass.
2nd down, still 10 to go after that incomplete pass.
Incomplete. DeMarvion overshot.
Straight ahead, here's Dobbins. He's going to squeeze about 8 yards out of that run block. That brings up 3rd down.
That's a run that you'll take the result in the NFL every time. A nice play, a solid game, but it's also a run that you know, and you may come back to. Because if you were that close to breaking off an explosive one, you really break the backs of the defense.
And this drive is going to continue. He's taken down at the 2 on 3rd down. They've got themselves a 1st and goal.
That's good for a Broncos first down. 1st and goal at the 2-yard line.
He's got it on the bootleg. And he can't hang on. Touchdown in his arms. But it slips through. 2nd down coming up.
Brings up 2nd and goal.
Dobbins. And he's brought down real close to that goal line at the 1. 1 yard, all that's needed. This is 3rd and inches.
2-yard pickup. Brings up 3rd.
He tries to sneak it. And he's in for the touchdown. The Broncos now lead by 10. It's a Bo Nix touchdown on a quarterback sneak to the end zone. All right, Brock, wondering your thought here, because to me it felt like they already had a play picked out to go for it on 4th down if that sneak hadn't worked. Do you agree?
Well, by they, if you mean the guys in the booth on the sideline, sure. But the 11 on the field, that effort just showed you they were not thinking about anything else but pushing it across the line.
Here's Lutz set to kick this away. Return coming from the 6. And he's brought down just beyond that 25-yard line. The Cowboys sending their offense and Tajay Spears out there. They find themselves down 21-10 as they take over. Dallas getting everybody set. They've got 1st and 10. Dak to the air here. Broncos all around him, and down he goes. And after one play, this drive might already be in trouble. That's going to push him back for 2nd down.
I think we've reached the point of the game, Kate, where I got to make my PSA. Protect the quarterback, and quarterback, protect yourself.
A lot of work to do as that sack makes this a tough 2nd and 17. Back to throw. Here's Dak. Setting up the running back screen. And it's a nice game, but still not enough for the first. Route set. This is 3rd and 5. From the gun is Prescott. Past the line, he's going to run for it. Nice seam in the defense as he crosses the 45. And he's going to get all the way up to the midfield stripe. That'll go for an 18-yard gain. And that'll be good for a Dallas 1st down.
A gain of 18 on the play. And the Cowboy 1st down.
As long as these are the results he's getting, they're going to be just fine with him calling his own number. He does such a good job of seeing the field and knowing when it's his time to take it himself.
And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory.
4 yards on the pickup.
Now Prescott. Short throw is dropped. This one's incomplete. Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here.
Brings up 3rd down.
To the air on 3rd and long. Prescott is hit. He lost the football. And the Broncos corral it. To the 30. And they're going to take over with a 1st and goal here. Recover the fumble, and now a great chance to make their opponents pay. Rumble, young man, rumble. Oh, look at the big guys scooping that fumble up and knowing exactly what to do with it.
And now, Kate, look at the celebration. No offense. No offense to corners or pretty linebackers or those guys running, but just like at the combine, they're a dime a dozen. You want to see the big fellas rumble, and he sure did.
The Broncos offense all set to go. And coming off their 2nd red zone touchdown of this game, Brock. Make it 2 of 3 so far now. They will take that percentage every week if they can.
Yeah, championship-level teams, Kate, are usually 75%.
The ground game works for the touchdown. The Broncos capitalize on the turnover and add to their lead. J.K. Dobbins with the touchdown. It's what every player who scores a touchdown wants to do, Brock. He wants to get right back there and put another 6 on the board.
I've never met an NFL player content with one end zone trip in a game.
Nope.
Yeah, if you're content, you're not making it to this league. You get one, you're instantly thinking of another, and you're fortunate if you are able to actually deliver on it.
That one splits the uprights. And the Broncos push their lead to 18. Here's Lutz set to kick this away. Has this at the 6. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The Cowboys sending their offense and Tajay Spears out there. They watch their fumble turn into points, so feeling maybe a little bit of an urge to make up for that now in this series. Carried by Spears to start the drive. Dropped by the first guy he met. No gain on that 1st down run. Last run, not a lot of help, Brock. 9 to go now on 2nd down. Dak now from the gun. Escapes the pocket. He takes it himself. This is a nice gain. Nearly moves those chains. He's got it up to the 36. Third and a lone yard coming up. Prescott to sneak it. They were loaded and ready for that sneak, weren't they? They stopped him at the line. No gain.
It's a gain of a yard.
So that's going to take us, Brock, to our 2-minute warning of this first half. More from Mile High in just a moment. We've set it down from the 37. Here's Prescott, 1st and 10. It is Cup, left side. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line. Prescott here from the gun. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. Working quickly here.
Prescott sacked. A loss of 4 yards. It's 3rd down.
Prescott now throw on 3rd down. He had it for a moment, but a quick defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Ball and defender arrived at the exact same time there. And that leaves them with 4th and 5. They'll go with another punch, which brings Brian Anger back to the field. And a fair catch made here at the 17. The Broncos running their offense out once again. They're getting close to a minute to play, Brock, and they're going to need that time with a long field ahead. Broncos to the line now. It's 1st and 10. Out of the gun, it's Nix. Gets himself free. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And the drive begins with a rough first step there. That's going to bring up 2nd down.
When they were in their defensive meetings this week, that's exactly how you draw it up. Play sound zone defense. Give that quarterback nowhere to go, and let that pass rush get home.
A give to Dobbins out of the shotgun. Nice drive up the middle, gets him about 3. Stop made by Donovan Ezeraku. We have a timeout called by the Broncos. That's their first. Cowboys bringing out an extra defensive back on 3rd. Here he goes, 3rd and long. They're trying to set up the screen. Dobbins. And they get stuffed. He is knocked backwards on the play. That makes it 4th down. The Cowboys signaling for their first timeout. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. Jeremy Crawshaw out once again, punted away. Across the 45. And he's finally stopped across midfield at the 47. The Cowboys sending their offense and Tajay Spears out there. And they take the field feeling pretty beaten down with how this one's gone. Even if they're keeping their heads high, Brock, not a whole lot they've been able to do so far.
Yeah, in these moments, I think of golfers, right in a tournament. They don't want to look at the scoreboard. They don't want to see how much they're down. They just want to take it shot by shot by shot. That's exactly what this offense has got to do.
After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short.
It's a gain of 8. Brings up 2nd and
Trying to throw this from the gun. Completed over the middle. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage. Now Dallas is going to call its 2nd timeout. And they still have 1 in their pocket for what's left of this half. All right, they look set now. Here we go, 1st and 10. Prescott will look to throw. Out left, Lamb makes the ground. And they've got him down near the red zone at the 22. Final timeout taken by the Cowboys. And that's all they've got for what little remains of this half. Offense is set. This is 2nd and 2. Jack throwing again. And the cover just too good there. Didn't find a throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. 3rd down coming up. Here he is on 3rd and short. No better luck than the last play, Brock, as he just has to get rid of it.
There's not a quarterback alive that enjoys throwing it away on 3rd down. But that's a good case right there of live to play another day. Live to play another series and don't put the ball in harm's way.
Aubrey puts it through. And that lowers the deficit to 15.
And with those 3 points, you just dig yourself out of a little bit of a hole. You know, coming out of halftime, you've got to firmly be in comeback mode.
So we'll see if it's a kick return that ends our half, or if we get a play from scrimmage, as this one's away.
The Broncos
One last play before the break.
At their own 35-yard line.
They'll turn to the ground game and just run this clock out. And he has it right near midfield here. Looks like about a yard short. So entering the locker rooms, got ourselves a 2-score game. It's time to hear from Scott Hansen. He's got our EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. We are into week 8, and we're starting to get a sense as to who are the haves and who are the have-nots. Let's get into it. Our trip through the NFL starts now. At Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, we find the Falcons at home to take on Miami. And it's Ray McCloud. He was absolutely electric. This, one of 3 touchdown grabs for him in the game. The Falcons get win number 4 on the season. They come away with the victory. Next up, we go to Charlotte. We'll look in on the Panthers. They're playing host to the Buffalo Bills. And this is Jalen Coker. He's going to bring this one in, and away he goes. This will be a 70-yard touchdown catch. The Panthers find a way. They win it by a point. Last but not least, let's go to Baltimore. The Ravens hosting the Chicago Bears. And here comes Derrick Henry. He's going to take this one in, 7 yards on the rushing touchdown. The Ravens move their mark to 6-1 as they continue to play well here in the season's first half. And with that, a look here at the rest of the action in Week 8 around the NFL. Meanwhile, in our game, it was a competitive, hard-hitting first half. We expect more of the same going forward as we get you back out to Kate Scott and Brock Heward.
Here's Lutz, set to kick this away. Returning it from the 4. And in the end, he's able to get it to about the 25-yard line before he's hauled down. So Coach Brian Schottenheimer sending his Cowboys offense back to the field. And some opening drive points would be invaluable, Brock, trailing by 2 scores as they leave that locker room. Cowboys just about set. Here comes 1st and 10. Working out of the gun, it's Prescott. Has him on the quick hitter. And this one breaks beautifully as they're going to get it forward to their own 45. So 20 yards on that play. And that's good for a Dallas first down.
Good offenses. Okay, good play callers know how to utilize their personnel. They know where they wanted them. They wanted them on a route in space where he could make that initial play comfortably, but then go to work after.
Just one play into this drive, and they are already sitting on their own 45.
Here we go. Wait, check.
Prescott on 1st and 10. Short pass brought in. And he's tackled for a short gain.
A whole bunch of credit goes to just about everybody on that offense. Guys up front, they gave the QB enough time to let that play develop. Excellent effort by that receiver to stay alive and for the quarterback to scan the field and find his completion.
Running with Spears on 2nd down. And that one doesn't get him much, even maybe a yard. It's 3rd down. Throw here, 3rd down. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. You go middle of the field against zone coverage, Brock. You know this firsthand. You want throwing into rush hour. And there aren't a lot of easy completions to be found in that part of the field.
Yeah, and a lot of those throws, Kate, you're signing your guy up to take some sort of hit. It's on you to protect your guys. Credit that defense for flying around and making the play.
And that play doesn't get it done. We've got a turnover on down. Ball's on the 48. Here we go. First down. Handoff goes to Dobbins, running left. On the move, past the 40. And he's taken down, but he's got it to the 29. It's a gain of 19 on the play. And that's good for a Broncos first down.
And the Broncos first down.
Again, they'll run with Dobbins. And they take him down just as he gets inside that red zone. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the first down.
That's another Broncos first down. First and 10 at the 19-yard line.
Running it again with Dobbins. And all he can get is 1 yard. Ran that right into the defensive front.
Okay, this is why you got to be careful to just run it always on first down. You got to break your tendencies. The casual fan, well, that casual fan knew what was coming, but more importantly, this defensive front did too.
Touchdown, Denver. The Broncos push their lead further to start the half. Going after tries goodbye Lutz. And the Broncos grow the lead now to 22 points. Here's Lutz set to kick this away. This one's fielded at the 4-yard line. And that's going to set them up just beyond their own 20. The Cowboys sending their offense and Tajay Spears out there. And the last time we saw them, Brock, they took a risk, went for it on their own half of the field, but it didn't work out. First down, here's Dak. Finds him over the middle. And he's going to be brought down up at the 28-yard line. This is the type of performance a former quarterback, just like yourself, Brock, can marvel at. He's carried a great performance through much of this game, even as the defense adjusted, tried to slow him down. None of it mattered.
I like the way you say that right there, Kate, because these moments the game does slow down. It is so fast on the field for the normal person, but when a QB's in a rhythm like this, the game is slow, and he is dicing it.
They managed 22 on the rip and a first down.
And the Cowboys first down. A gain of 22 yards.
To throw, Prescott.
And the Cowboys first down.
He finds Pickens left side. A solid gain there. Gets him across the 45 before he goes out.
I feel so bad. I really do. And I don't mean this sarcastically, Kate. I feel bad for these guys in coverage. I don't know how you defend some of these players today because they get that drag route, they get one step inside of you. Well, there's very little you can do other than make the tackle.
Prescott to throw once more. Completes it again to Pickens. And they're going to haul him down a step before the 30, right at the 31. It's a 13-yard play, and that's enough for the first.
You want to become a quarterback's best friend, do that. Turn a short little gain, a short little pass into some yards after catch, and that quarterback will find you again.
Another throw for Prescott. Hauled in by Lamb, right side. And they take him out of bounds, which means his offense setting up for first and goal. It appears all that prep work and studying that you quarterbacks love to do in the build-up to the game, Brock, it has certainly paid off. This guy has picked apart this defense much of the contest.
This is one of those games you appreciate. There's going to be peaks, there's going to be valleys, there's going to be mountaintops. Just like pitchers don't have all their stuff every time out, well, when you do and you're electric, it's sure fun to play.
Spears reaches the end zone. Touchdown, Dallas. The Cowboys shrinking the lead some in the third. It's a Tajay Spears touchdown. Well, a disappointing game elsewhere on this roster hasn't dampened his performance, partner. He's got a pair of touchdowns now to put up against that deficit.
You know what I call this, Kate? I call this professionalism, right? It's used too much. Oh, what a pro, you got to be a pro, you got to play like a pro. No. It's a picture of no matter what the circumstances are, you don't stop.
Well, not the way they drew it up, partner, but when it works, who cares? They didn't defend the check down throw, and it's open for 2.
I can still remember one of my first red zone days way back when. Touchdown to check down. Touchdown to check down. Now, I know it's not a touchdown, but this check down, well, it was a valuable 2 points.
Aubrey now to kick this one away. Harvey now to return it. Shoots away from one. His effort's going to get him to that 32-yard line before he's taken down. So here comes the Bronco offense. Well, we came into this one knowing that these guys were going to run the football, and I don't think anyone is surprised that they've leaned on that again this week, Brock, and the results speak for themselves.
Good numbers when they've run it, including on that last drive, and this is a lead built in part on that rugged running game and effort.
Connects on the crosser, and he is hauled down right at that midfield stripe. Give him an 18-yard pickup there, and it's going to be first down Denver. They run the counter with Dobbins. Again, he's got room. And he's going to get this down to the 9. That puts him in goal to go.
Anytime you get that chunk of yards, gosh, you can just feel it in the stadium. It just changes the whole complexion of the drive. They're now set up beautifully in enemy territory to end this series with points.
The shot to the end zone is incomplete. Thought he had a touchdown there. And it'll be second and goal. Still a couple of shots at this one. Nick's looking to throw. Got him by his back. Dobbins. And he's brought down real close to that goal line at the 1. Here we go. Third and less than a yard. He keeps it himself. And he gets in. Touchdown. The Broncos stretch their lead to a 3-score advantage. It's a Bo Nix touchdown. He finds his way in on the sneak. Lots there to tack on the extra point. And the Broncos stretch their lead to 21. Here's Lutz set to kick this away. Fields this one at the 3. And he gets across the 30 before he's brought down. The Cowboys sending their offense and Tajay Spears out there. And those legs must be tired, but he ain't stopping, Brock. Not with the type of game that he's been having for himself on the ground. New set of downs for him from the 31. First and 10, Prescott. Completed to his running back. Reaches the 40. Into the red zone. There it is. Touchdown, Dallas. The Cowboys shrinking the lead some in the third. It's a Tajay Spears touchdown.
I think he'll take his highlights however he can get them on a handoff, pin off, a pass. It really doesn't matter. The important thing is he gets the ball, he gets the touch, and he can do his damage big time.
Brian Schottenheimer wants his guys to get 2 more here. Prescott's going to throw for it. And he'll get in, and they'll get a little closer as a result. The lead down to 13 now.
42. Cowboys 29. Brandon Aubrey to kick off for the Cowboys.
Aubrey now to kick this one away. Harvey now to return it. This makes it up to the 25. Denver ready for another offensive possession. And the first half scoring has continued so far in this second half as they try to keep the pace. Offense into the shotgun set as they line this up. First and 10. Nix from the gun. That won't be caught outright. It's incomplete.
Well covered on that play. Really not a large window for him to sneak that throw in.
Second down. Here's Nix again. Dumps it off to his running back. And he's brought down, but there's some laundry on the field.
Foul. Roughing the passer. Defense.
Well, you know this better than most, Brock. Screens normally leave some rushers to come free, but still, it's not often you get roughing the passer on one.
No, it isn't, but I think of Tom Brady. To me, not only the greatest QB sneaker in the game, but he was one of the great screen masters, too. He understood how to sell a screen, draw those defenders to him, and like the QB did right there, sometimes they'll even tee off and you get the penalty.
First down carry, got him 9 yards. Here comes 2nd and 1. Shotgun handoff for Dobbins. They stop him just in time. He got back to the line, but denied the yard they needed. 3rd down coming up.
So often we talk about the individual having to move on to the next play. Well, that was a perfect picture of the collective. That defense staring down 2nd and 1 rose to the occasion collectively.
And they're going to down him by contact as they've got enough for a new set of downs. Ball's on the 48. Here we go. 1st down. Shotgun snap to Nix. That pass complete to Boyd. And he's going to be brought down after reaching the 43. A timeout now taken for an injured player, and that's the longtime veteran Tyler Boyd, who was banged up, still in some pain down there. Now an inside handoff to Dobbins. We call it 1, maybe 2 yards at the end, Brock. It's 3rd down.
He's down at the 40-yard line. It's a gain of 3. Brings up 3rd and 2.
Throwing now on 3rd and 2. Cowboys closing in, and they get to him. And that sack brings the offense to 4th down.
Loss of 9 brings up 4th down.
Here comes the Broncos punting unit. Jeremy Crawshaw, the one who's going to send this away. And this one skips out of bounds and will be marked inside the 30. So Coach Brian Schottenheimer sending his Cowboys offense back to the field. Well, Brock, it only took them 1 play to reach the end zone last drive. They might have to work a little bit harder this time out. Dallas getting everybody set. They've got 1st and 10. From the gun is Prescott. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. This is a guy who's used to embracing contact, Brock. Usually makes catches in spite of it, but I guess it's tough for anybody to make a play every time.
Yeah, I think these tight ends today, Kate, spend as much time in the old ice bath as just about anybody. And when you don't make that catch and you take the contact, well, that stings like the first seconds in the ice.
2nd down, here's Prescott again. Throw left side, complete. And he'll go down after fighting his way to the 32.
It's not just imperative that a quarterback knows man or zone. Same thing for a receiver, especially on a drag route. When he sees zone coverage like that, just settle down, find the soft spot, and give your quarterback a chance.
It's his running back. And the Broncos corral it. Well, they can't add anything after that recovery, partner, but they do take possession of the football.
You know what separates good defenses from great? Good defenses find a way to get off the field great.
While a new offense preps to head out, we've got a stoppage. They want to make sure this is a turnover. All right, so we all know what we're looking for here, Brock. Where did an elbow, maybe a knee, something touch down? And as it does, is the ball loose at that point?
Yeah, throw in forearm, wrist, shin. There's no question the offensive guy's screaming something hit the ground while the defense is hoping it didn't.
After review of the play, the ruling on the field is reversed.
Take that fumble away. The officials overturn the call and say he was down. All set now. 1st and 10. Now the shotgun give to Spears. And they're going to stop him after he wiggles his way forward for 2. Trying to work quickly now. Dak now from the gun. And back-to-back passes that should have been intercepted. 2 great chances to take it away. Both of them dropped, Brock, and now they stay out there for 3rd down. Completed over the middle. And that That is a great stop to deny him the marker. It's going to be 4th down.
You can earn your money in the NFL in all sorts of different ways, but defensively, in a league where you're just not hitting as much in training camp, you're not tackling as much as they got to in the old days, and you can make a play in the open field, keep it short like that, I promise you some money will follow.
And he's marked down, looks like at the 32-yard line. How about 19 yards on 4th down, partner, and the call to go for it pays off.
A gain of 19 yards.
Something out of nothing, Kate, that may as well be listed on his resume because he's so good at it. Caught that one near the line, and after that, it was all him. Turning a modest pass into far more than a modest gain.
26.
Spears running behind center. And he'll come up with a gain of 3 on the run up the middle. Offense working quickly.
A 3-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 7.
Prescott now off the play fake. An all-around tough play for him. He took a shot on the release, and it definitely affected the throw. It's incomplete.
That's just simply one of those situations, Kate, where I think you and I got to tip our cap to the defense. Really took away everybody. There was no outlet, and only an incompletion could be had.
And he stopped just before he reaches the red zone at the 21. And goes to the hurry up here.
That's another Cowboys.
Here's Prescott, 1st and 10. Makes the connection. This is Jaden Blue. And it's another 1st down on this drive. Man, this time they're into 1st and goal.
Gain of 14 yards. That's another Cowboys 1st down. 1st and goal, Dallas.
Dak throwing again. Why not go back to it again if it's working? Complete. And in he goes for the Dallas touchdown. The Cowboys shave some off the deficit late in the quarter. All right, so the offense does its job, Brock. Now they need their defense to give them a chance to overcome that big deficit.
The momentum in the building's clearly changed. We can feel it here in the booth, but you're right. It's now to the defense to make a stop and give them a chance.
They're going for 2 here. Dak bringing the Cowboys to the line.
The Cowboys.
All right, they're going to throw for it. Caught at the 1. And he can't take the completion across. Defense on him fast and bringing him down to deny the 2-point conversion. And just like that, we're back to a 1-possession ball game as the kickoff is away. Harvey now to return it. And this will give him some decent field position here, partner. And this gets out to the 30. A very active quarter for us. Plenty of points in that frame as we reach the end of 3. It's the Broncos with the ball, trying to close out what would currently be a win. So 1st and 10 now from the 30. Play action with Mix. On target to Dobbins. And they're on him to send him out right before he gets to that 30-yard line. So the complexion of this drive has changed dramatically now. New set of downs inside the 35.
1st and 10 at the 30.
They'll run on 1st down with Dobbins. Touchdown, Denver! The Broncos go up by 2 scores, 13 points in the 4th. J.K. Dobbins with the touchdown. His 3rd of the game on the ground. Going after tries goodbye Lutz. And the Broncos double their lead to 14.
Broncos 49. Cowboys 35.
Here's Lutz set to kick this away. Fielded at the 7. All right, and in the end, Brock, this is going to make it out to the 30. The Cowboys and quarterback Dak Prescott ready to get back to work. And like we've seen from him before, Brock, he got a good game going early through the air and kept the pressure up from then on. He's still taking it to him now as we work through this second half.
I'm not going to lie. I know they got a completion, and completions, you never turn them down. But to make that throw for those yards in the double coverage, that's way too much risk for that reward.
Toward the sideline, and he's got it. And they send him out of bounds as he gets this to the opposing 45. So a new set of downs. Here we go, 1st and 10. First down, here's Dak. Finds him on the crossing route. And he's able to get this down to the 36.
Part of the reason I leave you pregame, Kate, and get down to that field and watch these guys throw and catch is I want to see their timing. I want to see their anticipation. That is picture perfect right there. A crossing route thrown that quickly tells me these two are on the same page.
Spears trying this straight ahead. And they bring him down around the 34. That's good for a couple of yards. And that'll be good for a down. His first down. Now here's Prescott. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete.
I think that was a throw fake that just came a little bit too late. What it did is it gave that defense time to come up and deliver a pop and knock the ball loose before he could secure it fully.
Nice work by the back here. Playing safety valve complete.
Rhythm. You hear me talk about rhythm a lot. Whether it's a golf swing, a baseball swing, heck, even a bowler gets himself into rhythm. And I'm just telling you, Kate, from experience, these little throws to running backs, it's one of the best things to get your offense into rhythm and a nice little game on top of it.
He's brought down at the 17-yard line. It's a gain of 11 there, and that picks up the first.
That's another Cowboys first down. First and 10 at the
From the red zone on first. That throw finds Tolbert. And he has it down to the 8-yard line on the play. Prescott has that offense moving quickly.
A gain of 9 brings up 2nd and 1 at the Broncos' 8-yard line.
Shotgun handoff now for Spears. And it's another first down on this drive. Man, this time they're into 1st and goal.
A gain of 4 yards. Let's go.
The run here, it's Spears. And he makes it across. Touchdown, Dallas. The Cowboys now within 1 score in the 4th. It's a Tajay Spears touchdown. His 3rd of the game on the ground.
Kate, it was just a couple years ago where we saw those running backs get to the market and not get their money. Well, a performance like this is how you get paid.
He'll get into the end zone to make this a 1-score game in the 4th quarter. That is their 3rd conversion this game. They haven't been shy on the confidence to go for it or to back it up once it's snapped.
I love that word, confidence. And I love being in a huddle and you can feel it. When you're on offense, it feels like you can't be stopped. You can't wait to say, ready, break. No matter what the situation or circumstance is, in 3 conversions, that's job well done.
He stopped on the run back to the 27th. The Broncos start getting the ball back as J.K. Dobbins runs out there. And after that touchdown, cut their lead back to 1 score, Bronc. A response in order as they take over. It's an option right that begins this drive. Call it no gain on that run, and they face 2nd and 10.
No gain on the play. 2nd and 10 at the 27-yard line.
Straight ahead, here's Dobbins. And he takes this one in for the Denver touchdown. The Broncos stretch it to a 2-score game in the 4th. J.K. Dobbins with the touchdown. His 4th total score of the game. Nick's going to try and throw for it. And he's into the end zone for 2. That sets him up with a 14-point lead. All right, Brock, they win empty. We all expected a pass was coming, and they do indeed go to the air and connect on that strike for 2.
Yeah, once you empty that backfield, it does certainly, Kate, alert that defense to pass. And then it comes down to disguise. It comes down to timing, especially on a 2-point with everything condensed. Well done by that offense to go get 2.
The Cowboys have it in great field position as they come up to the line, 1st and 10. Finds him over the middle. And he's going to bring this down to their 35. They get 20 yards out of the play and move the chains. Trying to work as fast as possible.
First and 10 at the 35-yard line.
First and 10. Here's Prescott. Completed to his running back. And this is down to the 28 before the defense halts it. Offense in the hurry up now.
Brings up second and 3.
Prescott here from the gun. Gets him on the quick hitter. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Coming to the line for another first and 10.
That's good for a Cowboys first down.
Another throw for Prescott. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Well-timed strike by that defender to knock it free. So second down coming up. Back to the air. Prescott. Short pass brought in. And he'll go down here at the 16. Moving quickly, trying to get set again.
That's a gain of 8.
Prescott to throw here. Third and 2. Complete beyond the marker. And he is well clear of that marker. That effort's going to set them up with a first and goal.
A gain of 9 yards. That's another.
Touchdown, Dallas. The Cowboys now within one score in the fourth. A second touchdown through the air for Brock, and independent of the game situation, we both know he's going to be happy to leave the field with 2 of them in one game.
One touchdown, you just might be right time, right place, but 2 touchdowns in a game is always about the preparation to deliver.
A lot's got to go right to tie this up now. Need a touchdown and a 2-point try, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, got to recover this kick. This one's covered by the Broncos hands team. Well, the good news is still a decent bit of time left. Maybe a little quick on the draw to dial up that onside kick.
Yeah, you know what happens, Kate, in these moments, right? We've been doing this for a while, and you see my brain just going to overdrive, trying to peel back the layers as to why you would make that decision. And ultimately, I think it's because you don't trust your defense against this offense. That's a big risk to take. And now, unfortunately, you set this offense up for success.
Good run, gets him 7. That brings up second and 3. Throwing here, Nix. That's incomplete on second down.
Just cannot afford right here, Kate, to go 3 and out. Not when you watched your counterpart score a touchdown. Gotta cling to that lead and find a way to convert this third down. It's a big one. And cut off some of the mojo from the other side.
Completion, it's third down. Nix from the gun. Forced out to his right. He's making a bid for it. And he's able to take this one down to the 25. Give him 8 on that one. And that's good for a Broncos first down.
And the Broncos first down. First and 10 at the 25-yard line.
Nix holds on to it. They get to him behind the line block. Looks like they're going to lose a couple on that zone read.
It's easy for me to say up here in the friendly confines of the booth, Kate, but that was not the right read. And you hate seeing him absorb yet another hit at the end of the play. You never want him taking unnecessary shots throughout this game.
Out of the gun, it's Nix. Working the sideline. Oh, he got it. Drug the feet. That's a catch.
There's no negatives ever on a grade sheet for a completion, but that's one of those situations. If you're going to take a risk and throw an out route, you'd sure like to see a little bit more yardage gained.
On third down, here's Nix. And he's not going to escape this. The Cowboys take him down. And that is 3 sacks for this defense in this contest, and that one forces a fourth down.
Will Lutz for the Broncos field goal.
The kick by Lutz is good. And it's now a 2-possession game as the lead grows to 11.
It doesn't take a math major, Kate, to realize how important that field goal was. It's now a 2-score game really late and puts them in the driver's seat to go and finish this thing with the win.
And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. Offense headed back out there now for Dallas. They'll try to emphasize what worked on their last drive, which ended Brock in a touchdown. First call here coming from the shotgun. Dak now from the gun. That one is is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. It arrived as the ball did to break things up. So it'll be second down. Throwing again is Dak. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. No connection on the last play, and now it's third down. Here he goes, third and long. He's got it to him yet again, and that one is caught. And he's going to have this up near the 40, just a little bit short of it.
And the Cowboys first down.
Dak throwing again. Completed here to Tolbert. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line. Prescott has that offense moving quickly.
It's a gain of 8. Brings up second.
They are throwing it again. This ball is caught by Tolbert. And he pushes this down to the 42 before going down. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the first down.
That's good.
Everybody rushing back to the line.
First down. First and 10 at the 42-yard line.
First down, here's Dak. Brought in right side. And he's taken down at the 30. Offense up to the line fast.
12 more yards. That's another Cowboys.
Prescott to throw once more. He has room past the 25. And he stopped just before he reaches the red zone at the 21.
It's a gain of 9.
Throwing again, Prescott. Complete out to the right side. And they bring him down at the 18-yard line.
A gain of 3 yards.
Working inside the red zone. No luck on the connection. It's incomplete. So that play doesn't work out, but things may get even worse for them. Looks like one of their big guys out front is in need of a look from the training staff. Second down, here's Prescott again. This is caught by Blue. And he'll go down here at the 16. Offense to the line fast.
That's a gain of 3.
Prescott now on third down. Brought in. He makes the catch, but is hit before he can get that first down. They say he's maybe a yard short.
A gain of 7 yards. It's now
Desperation time here. He's got to his running back. And they come through to stay on the field. That is enough to set this offense up with a first and goal.
and the Cowboys.
Another throw for Prescott. Caught on the slant. And he's brought down real close to that goal line at the 1.
A 6-yard pickup.
Working out of the gun, it's Prescott. And in he goes for the Dallas touchdown. The Cowboys now within 1 score in the 4th.
Touchdown, Cowboys.
So the offense showing a slightly different dimension there, Brock. Getting the running back involved with his hands for the touchdown.
Yeah, such an advantage. I think when you think about it, Kate, it really is about the 80s where we start to see these running backs not just tote the ball as runners, but they real...
And he's got it. That gets him 2 and puts them within a field goal here late. Critical 2-point play there, Brock. The conversion puts them now in range of tying this sucker up with a field goal.
So different for everybody in the building, right? A 3-point game, and especially different for the kicker. He wasn't needed there, but get yourself ready. Your defense does the job. You may need a game-tying field goal at some point soon.
Field goal game. Not sure they had to force that quite yet, partner.
Yeah, I don't know where the analytics were on that one, and I think there's some old-timers probably rolling over in their grave with that decision.
But hey, doesn't matter. They get the ball back right in what could turn out to be the game's biggest turning point.
Yeah, momentum now clearly on their side. Got to get downfield and either tie it or take the lead. The special teams, well, they were certainly special. Now it's the offensive turn to do their job.
That brings us to the 2-minute warning here in Denver. Cowboys trail by a field goal. We've set it down from 37. First down, and they go right back to it. And he's going to have this one down to the 20. That play good for 17 on a first down.
Pretty obvious, this defense, they need more people around the line of scrimmage. But the minute you do that, Kate, you start opening up those throwing lanes. This is how balance takes apart a defense.
And keep this drive moving, partner. Here's another first and 10. They're going to stay on the ground with Spears. He scampers ahead for about 4. It's second down now.
They'll go away happy getting that type of output on most run plays. It's a sign we're getting some good push up front, and this running back is seeing the lanes and paying them off.
They run once more with Spears. And he will score and give them the lead in the final minutes. So what a finish this is shaping up to be. The late touchdown here, Brock, moves them in front.
And week to week, what a pleasure it is for us to call these games. We never know what kind of game we're going to get. This one's been everything you could have wanted. And now, even though they've taken the lead, there's still enough time on that other sideline for them to go mount a response.
Prescott has his offense ready. They're going for 2. Setting up to pass. And he has it inside the end zone. That's going to add 2 to their lead here late. Well, we're now officially at the point where touchdowns might as well consider them 8 points in this contest, partner. Yet another 2-point conversion successful, and they've been borderline automatic.
Well, we've officially left the NFL record book behind. It used to stand at 4, accomplished by the greatest show on turf, those Rams in 2000. This is uncharted waters. Kate, I think you'd agree.
Yeah.
We're all here for this journey.
Brandon Aubrey to kick off for the Cowboys.
Aubrey now to kick this one away. On the return, here's Mims. And he's brought down just beyond that 25-yard line. Denver set to take the field on offense. They find themselves down here in the 4th after that touchdown. This game could end up depending on how they respond right here. Back to throw. Hitting Ingram on the slant. And he will finally catch up to him just a second before he can reach that 40. We have a timeout called by the Broncos. That's their first. 2 timeouts remaining and some time left to use them. It's 1st and 10.
At the 39-yard line.
He'll look to throw it. Has him on the quick hitter. And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47. 2nd and 3 now.
Brings up 2nd and 3 at the 47-yard line.
They kick the running back in motion. Here he is to throw. Brought in by his back, Dobbins. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. Broncos have to hurry here. Clock still running.
And the Broncos first down.
They stops the clock, 32 seconds to go. Nearing the last half minute of play. Now 2nd and 10. Nick's now to throw. Caught quickly on the slant. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. Now we had a 3rd down. We get a pause here. They're going to call a timeout. They're going to throw it. And they got there in time. He's taken down. And that's going to make it just about worst case scenario for this offense, Brock. It is 4th and long. Broncos have to hurry here. Clock still running. Here he goes. Got to have this on 4th down. And they'll turn it over on downs as that pass comes up empty and off the field they go.
You know, Kate, I don't think I've ever met a defender that cares. All they want to do is get off the field. Doesn't matter if it's a drop pass, deflection, breakup, even an interception. Challenged by the offense to get one more stop to get off the field, and that's exactly what they did.
Here's a design run. So the Cowboys come in and take this one on the road. And I know it's different for every sport, Brock. So is this the point where we'd say this winning streak is official? Might have something to it. 3 wins in a row now after this latest triumph.
Well, you get to this point, and what happens is you get to that building the next day and everybody feels good. The secretary feels good, chef feels good, kitchen feels good. Everybody's feeling good of stacking these kind of wins in a row.
With Brock Hewitt and our entire crew, I'm Kate Scott. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. The Cowboys are winners, as we'll see you next time from Denver.
Welcomes you to the following presentation of the National Football League.
EA Sports of the National Football League welcome you to Acrisure Stadium here in the Steel City of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Tonight on Sunday Night Primetime, it's the Green Bay Packers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Sideline, you see head coach Matt LaFleur. His guys playing well, 4-2 through the first 6 games. And on the other side, the Steelers head coach. His guys come in off what he described as a strong week of practice, looking to put one in the win column in front of these home fans. Mike Tirico and Greg Olson with you. The All-Pro Chris Boswell with the honors. Off we go on Sunday Night Football.
Get across the 20, mark him at the 22-yard line. So the Packers come out, and they are led by Jordan Love, who followed Aaron Rodgers after playing apprentice for a couple of seasons. And now for Love, it is his third season as the Green Bay starter.
They find themselves coming off a win last week that came right down to the end, and the best teams in the NFL, Mike, they can win close games, and they can win different style games. You're not going to blow people out consistently in the NFL. The league is just too good and has too much parity. But the teams that are the best in one-score games, they're often the ones finding themselves in the best position come playoff time.
Line of scrimmage is the 37-yard line for 1st and 10. And they bring him down, but not until he crosses midfield.
A gain of 15 yards.
1st and 10.
That's another Packers first down.
Let's go now. They'll stay on the ground with Jacobs. He'll push forward for about a yard. Malik Harrison, they're on the play. From the 48-yard line, here's 2nd and 9.
Here we go.
From the gun, it's Love. And they're going to get to him and take him down, take him back to the other side of midfield. That's the 4th time All-Pro T.J. Watt into double figures now. That is sack number 10 on the year.
The best thing they did here, Mike, is keep their rush lane integrity. What that means is you have to rush the quarterback as a unit. Keep him in the pocket. Keep him on that X. And
got him again the 2nd time with a sack on this opening drive. Derek Harmon, he's in there to drop him. And it leads to 4th down.
This defensive line clearly has a beat on this offense. They've got to find a way to settle their pass protections. If they want to be able to get their quarterback in any sort of established rhythm and timing going forward, they're going to have to do a lot better job protecting them early in this game. That's already 2 sacks allowed.
Well, here come the Steelers, and that's the sight that looks odd, but people were looking to see after keeping us waiting all spring. Year 21 in the league for Aaron Rodgers, his first as the Steelers quarterback.
This league is so often described, Mike, as a passing league, and performances last week are a big reason why. Not only his ability to rack up a ton of yards, but to have 3 touchdowns to go with it. And even though it's not as rare as maybe it used to be, I think we have to be careful that we don't take that type of production for granted. They're going to be a hard team to beat if he's able to continue to produce at this rate.
That last run got 4. So here comes 2nd and 6. Another run here with Johnson. Into the secondary, past the 40. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45. A gain there of 20. Good for a Steeler first down.
Big hole up the middle. The interior of this offensive line did a great job clearing some space. The back saw it quick, and he hit it. Next thing you know, he was in the secondary for a big pickup.
Play fake. It's Rodgers. He's going to air one out for Metcalf. That one's incomplete. The defender right there to make the play. And it's 2nd down.
It's 2nd down and 10.
Over. 258. Go to 50. Hey, you block over here.
From the gun, Rodgers. He'll find Woods. That one is caught. And nice work after the catch. He stopped a little short of the 1st down marker, but it is a pickup of 9. Don't need much. It is 3rd and inches. He's got his man. It's Smith. And they'll move this ball way down into the red zone, inside the 20-yard line. They get the conversion on 3rd down. It was a gain of 27.
1st and 10 at the 17-yard line.
3rd and inches, you're thinking the tight ends are on the field to block for the back or the quarterback, but not here. Nice setup here, playing to the tendencies of their offense, and they come away with a nice completion.
To the air once more, it's Rodgers. Metcalf reels it in on the right side. And he'll be taken down, but we have a chance for the first points of this game as they've set up first and goal.
First and goal at the 6-yard line.
Rodgers going up top again. That is caught to the goal line and in. D.K. Metcalf. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. It's his third touchdown catch this year. Boswell on for the point after. It's up and through. And the Steelers will take a 7-0 lead. Boswell now following the touchdown. Back out to kick this one off. This returnable from the 4. And a decent return there. He'll get this up just shy of the 30. There's Matt LaFleur, head man in Green Bay as his Packers head back onto the field. They were forced to punt the first time through. It led to a touchdown, so down 7-0 as they get the ball back for 1st and 10.
Let's go.
The man in motion is Watson. He's got the rookie out of Texas, Matthew Golden. They'll mark him down up at the 44-yard line. Terrific starter there. Gain of 15 and a 1st down.
A gain of 15.
From the gun, here comes Jacobs. He plunges forward for a couple of yards. Derek Harmon in for the tackle. Ball on the 47-yard line. Here's 2nd down and 7. Once again, it's Jacobs. And he's going to have a 1st down. Good run down inside the 45-yard line.
It just seems like every time this guy touches the ball, he makes something happen. And not all of his runs are always going to be positive. He's kind of one of those guys that's going to get a 0, a 1, a 2. But it's the home run threat. It's the big plays that really tip the scales in your favor. And when you can generate those big explosive plays on the ground, man, it makes such a big difference for the offense.
We'll try again here. 2nd and 10.
Ready. 60
Out of the shotgun. It's Love. And they'll work this close to a 1st down, maybe just a tad short. They'll look to pick this up 3rd and a yard. We'll try to run it here with Jacobs. And he's not going to get the 1st down. Madden brought him down in the backfield on 3rd and short.
So everything this defense talks about, Mike, is creating negative plays. It's one of the best run defenses in football. Everything is about suffocating you at the line of scrimmage, make you work for everything you get.
Here's Daniel Whelan now, as they'll say no to the long field goal and hope to pin them deep. And this is going to pin them back. It's out of bounds inside the 10. The Steelers offense and Aaron Rodgers getting ready to go once more. He had the touchdown pass earlier, adding to his season total. You get a look at the NFL leaders in touchdown passes to this point this season. So the drive begins with a give to Johnson. And he broke through the initial contact, winds up getting about 3. It's 2nd down.
A 3-yard pickup. Brings up 2nd and 7.
Working out of the gun, it's Rodgers. Goes brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up 3rd down.
It's a gain of 4. Makes it 3rd and 2.
They'll try to run for it with Johnson. It looks like he's going to have that 1st down He will, not by a whole lot, but he's gotten enough. They convert on third down.
First and 10 at the 17-yard
And it
line.
looked at first like that opening was going to close up on him, didn't it, Mike? I mean, really nice job there by the back. Patient and quickness, kind of all at the same time to find that hole, and he's able to get through to keep this drive alive.
That is incomplete. No way to force the football in there. Good coverage. It'll bring up second down.
It's now second down.
DK Metcalf was the intended target. And it'll lead to a second down. Give it right up the middle. Here's Johnson. A short gain up to the 20. Nate Hobbs in from his corner spot to make the stop. They need to get it to the 27. This is third down. In the shotgun, it's A-Rod. There's a short one caught by Fryermuth. Good work after the catch. They get 16 and a first down.
These third down conversions are just so important, Mike. Everybody stresses we want to possess the ball, give our offense as much opportunity to end as many drives as we can, scoring points. You want to step
under pressure, and he'll go down. They got him. Now it looks like we have an injured Packer player on the field. The training staff going to look, and will step out for a moment. Work to do now as they come up on second and long. Here's Rodgers. That'll be caught by the running back, Lawrence. And they'll get about 8 out of that one, but still a little work to do now on third down.
Brings up third and 11.
Looking to throw, it's Rodgers. That's going to be caught. And a good short tackle right there. It stops him a good distance short of the marker. It sets up fourth down.
And it seems like he just cut that route a little too short. He's got to get more depth on the initial stem, and that way he makes sure when he catches the ball, it's beyond the sticks.
That's taken in, and he's going to have the Steelers first down as they pick up a big chunk of yards to boot. There's a gain of 18.
Well, you can see the entire sideline and, frankly, the entire fan base kind of holding their breath. That decision on your own side of midfield to go for it on fourth down, had they not gotten it, it's a tough position to put your defense in, but that's a conversation for another day. The offense is going to stay on the field after the conversion, and now they got to see, can they take advantage of that aggressive play call and finish this drive with points?
Give them 17 more, and they are on a roll. Another first down. The master of play action, Rodgers. Here's a shot toward the end zone. That's to the end zone where it's incomplete. What a job in coverage, muscling that one free. It'll be second down now. To throw, it's Rodgers. Well, he's brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up third down.
It's a gain of 4. Brings up third and 6.
Go to 50, 58.
Throwing, Rodgers. That's complete. Calvin Austin. And a good job here defensively. They did not let him get away. He's well short of the first down marker. Now it looks like we have an injured Packer player on the field. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. Early big play here. They're going to go for it on fourth down. Again, it's Rodgers. Open man, left side. He's got it. And he's going to have the first down. So taking a chance there, playing with the lead, but it works out for them.
And this is the blueprint, Mike. The ability to sustain and maintain possession and methodically move the ball down the field in the process. The defense has had no answers up until this point. And now the next step is, can they come away with 6? Because anything less than that.
And he will score! Jalen Warren, touchdown Steelers. Touchdown number 7 for him on the year.
I'll tell you what, this offense has come out and they have completely dominated here in the early going, Mike. I mean, this has just been methodical, sustained, back-to-back drives right down the field. And then to finish in the red zone, man, you just can't draw it up any better than that.
Boswell now for the extra point. He's got it. And the Steelers move out on top, 14-0. Boswell now following the touchdown. Back out to kick it in at the 8-yard line. And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The man in motion is Watson. They'll start on the ground with Jacobs. Able to make one man miss, but that's all. They get him, take him down behind the line. So we are through one here on Sunday Night Primetime. It's the Steelers with the early lead. And we're back to the Steel City after this. We begin quarter number 2. The Packers have the football. They've got it, second down and 12 to go. On play action, Love. Throw to the right flat. It is caught. Well, it's brought down, and that pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up third down.
A bit of a quick hitter here. What you're hoping for, Mike, is that the defense can't react quickly enough because the ball's coming out so hot. But they knew it was coming, and they end up holding them to just a short game.
Oh, they're on him in a flash, and he lost the football. One of the Steelers has it. And he is going to bring this one back. They force the fumble, and it leads to a defensive score. And Greg, you talked about it all week. Not just stop it with the defense, but make impact plays, and that is as big a play as you can ask for.
Yeah, across the league, Mike, this continues to be a huge point of emphasis. Every defensive coach starts practice with takeaway circuits. How can we find ways to take the ball away? In this case, they force the fumble, scoop, score, 6 points.
Boswell now following the touchdown. Back out to kick this one off. This is fielded inside the 5. He's across the 20, taken down just shy of the 25. There's Matt LaFleur, head man in Green Bay as his Packers head back onto the field. They find themselves down 3 touchdowns here. Needing to flip the script in a hurry. And they'll start it here on first down. Here's Love to throw. To the left side, he finds Pratt. And he's got it to the 35-yard line.
17.
That's good for the Packers. First down.
Here we go. Set. Ready.
On first and 10, here comes Jacobs. A nice pickup, moving it across the 40. We'll give him 6 on that play.
So this team finds themselves now in a little bit of a tricky situation here, Mike. If they don't find a way to start sustaining some of these drives and come away with points, all of a sudden you're trailing by double digits in the second half. You become very one-dimensional. You become very pass-happy, and that's certainly not how any team in the NFL wants to play.
10 yards, the gain on the pitch and catch. Good for a Green Bay first down.
First down. It's a gain of 10.
Love. That one thrown behind his target, and it'll be incomplete. Christian Watson, the intended receiver. it'll bring up second down.
Let's go.
Back to the air, it's Love. And this is going to be caught, but they say out of bounds. So, incomplete pass. After back-to-back incompletions, they now face third down and 10. From the gun, it's Love. A pass taken in by Watson. And a good short tackle right there. It stops him a good distance short of the marker. It sets up fourth down.
I think this is one of those plays that when the ball carrier watches this back in the film room tomorrow, he's going to be a little frustrated with himself. If he could just have made that one guy miss, he picks up the first down. Instead, he gets brought down short of the sticks. And now they got a fourth down decision to make.
On fourth down, Love. And he's going to have a Packers first down. As they manage to convert, that'll keep this drive alive.
Ready.
In motion, it's Golden. A run up the middle with Jacobs. And he'll get forward for about a yard. Cole Holcomb in on the tackle.
At the 22-yard line. A gain of 2 brings up second and 8.
From the 22 now, here's second and 8.
Down. Ready?
Love to throw. A throw there on second down, going to be incomplete.
For the most part, he's been very accurate with the ball. He's completing over 60% of his passes, but because they haven't been able to get any big explosive plays, continue to push the ball downfield, hasn't really translated on the scoreboard just yet.
They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
A little indecisive there, Mike. I thought he could have pulled the trigger a tad sooner. Instead, he just holds onto the ball a little too long. The windows close up and ultimately has no choice but to just simply throw the ball away.
A 39-yard attempt.
McManus's kick is good. And the Packers are on the board now here in this second quarter.
And when you find yourself down double digits, you don't want to make habit of settling for these field goals. It does allow them to chip away a little bit and cut into this deficit, but they've got to find a way to score touchdowns.
He fields it at the 8. Across the 20, will mark him down before the 25-yard line. That's where the offense will take over. The Steelers' offense and Aaron Rodgers getting ready to go once more. And he is in the midst of a sensational season, currently second in the NFL in passing yards. So here's a 1st and 10 now. They'll start from the 24. Play action now with Rodgers. And he'll just get rid of this. Smart play to throw it away. And that'll set up second down.
Brings up second and 10 at the 24-yard line.
From the gun, Rodgers. Just trying to avoid the rush there. He's hit as he threw when the pass is incomplete. 2 incompletions to start the drive, and it leads to third down and 10. That's caught right side. It's Freiermuth. Now it looks like we have an injured Packer player on the field. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. Here's Johnson. He'll work his way ahead for a gain of about 4. From the 46, here's second and 6. Rodgers. A throw left side, taken in by Wilson. They're going to work this down inside the 45. First time they've looked his way tonight. Good time to do it. It's a first down. Rodgers to throw. This one grabbed by Austin. And he'll be taken down. That is a big-time play for the Steelers. It's a gain of 43 yards.
If you want to score points at a high level in the NFL, you have to generate explosive plays. And after that big chunk pass play, they find themselves now down there in the red zone, and this is where you have to finish drives.
So the big play gets him down close, and now it's 1st and goal. Working out of the gun, it's Rodgers. It is brought in the end zone. Jalen Warren, touchdown Pittsburgh. That's a 2-touchdown game for him. Numbers 7 and 8 for the season. This defense continuing to give up points. Greg, you've been on offenses like this. This has to feel great when you're on a roll like this.
And it's really twofold, Mike. First and foremost, just like you said, every offense in the league works all week. We want to start out fast. We want to establish some early rhythm and play our style of game. They've certainly done that. Now, on the flip side, what does it do to your opponent? It takes them completely out of their game plan, knowing this early in the game, they're chasing points.
Boswell now, following the touchdown, back out to kick this one off. This one taken at the 7. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. Josh Jacobs and the Packers offense heading back onto the field. They'll try to get this a bit more respectable before the break. It has not been their half to this point. Let's see what they do on this drive. 1st down now. The open man is Reed. He's got it. That's a nice pickup on a 1st down throw. It's a gain of 8.
Brings up 2nd and 2 at the 36-yard line.
Quick, yellow. Here's Love. He'll keep this himself. He'll take this for a couple from the official signal. He has enough. 1st down.
Well, here's where you really see the value of having a good runner. 3rd and short, 4th and short. The ability to just keep it simple, win up front, turn around, hand the ball to your back, and to say, okay, more likely than not, we're going to get a fresh set of downs, maintain possession, and now continue to find opportunities to go generate points.
And a nice tackle in the open field limits the game to only 1. Here now, 2nd and 9 from the 39-yard line.
At the 39-yard line.
Let's go now. Nick Red. It goes play action with Love. Look wide. Gets this one complete. And he'll be stopped short of the 1st down. He's able to look it in and get forward for a pickup of about 8 inches.
Makes it 3rd and inches.
It's the quarterback with the sneak. And he'll get nothing here. Back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all.
I don't want to take anything away from the quarterback here, Mike. He did a nice job picking up that 1st down. But this play is won or lost by the big guys up front. They're the ones who...
Oh, he's hit behind the line, and the ball is out. And fortunately, their center able to rein it in, and they'll retain possession. On the double. 2nd and 10. Come on, set. Out of the shotgun, it's Love. Pass caught right side by Kraft. Well, he's brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up 3rd down.
Brings up 3rd and 5.
Ready. Blue, it's the tight end Kraft in motion. From the gun on 3rd down, it's Love. And that is incomplete. Tucker Kraft was the intended receiver there. And it's going to lead to a 4th down. Check pitch. They'll go for it. Love. That's incomplete. Derek Hall on 4th down. Does not work out. And it results in a turnover on down. Here comes the Pittsburgh offense now, heading back onto the field. They'll begin with terrific starting field position. It gets going with 1st and 10. They'll start this on the ground with Johnson. That one never got started. Defensive pressure too much, and they drop him in the backfield.
Back at the 40-yard line.
Play fake. It's Rodgers. That's going to be intercepted. Picked off by Javon Bullard. And he's going to be taken down, but there are 1, 2, 3 flags on the field. I don't think this is going to stand. They'll run straight ahead with Warren. Finding room to the 20. And he's going to be marked out of bounds down at the 3. That is a big-time play for the Steelers. And even 30 yards.
First and goal at the 3-yard line.
To throw is Rodgers. And he's in. Jonnu Smith. Touchdown Steelers. The show continues. What a first half he's had, Greg. A third touchdown pass with that one.
Mike, what stood out to me the most so far is just the amount of space these guys have had to operate in. I think if I'm this defensive coordinator, me and my staff at halftime are revisiting this game plan. They obviously felt good about it coming in, but I don't think there's anything to feel good about thus far.
On for the extra point is Boswell. He knocks it through. And the Steelers stretch things out even further.
Steelers 35. Packers 3. Chris Boswell, the kickoff for Pittsburgh.
Boswell now following the touchdown. Back out to kick this one off. Safe kick taken at the 5. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. There's Matt LaFleur at man in Green Bay as his Packers head back onto the field. They'll begin with 1st and 10. Here's Love. Here's a screen taken in by Jacobs. And they'll be set up now. Past the 40 with that one. It's a gain of 16, and very quickly, a first down.
First down.
Here we go. They'll run it straight ahead with Jacobs. Not much there. Maybe a yard.
Jacobs, the ball carrier. He tackled by Alex Highsmith.
From the 44-yard line. Here's 2nd and 8.
At the 44-yard line.
Here we go. They'll run with Jacobs. And he's going to be taken down as we hit the 2-minute warning here in this first half. They go 5 receivers for 3rd down and 4.
Let's go now.
Back to throw is Love. This one just too far for the receiver out in front of him. That one falls incomplete. He's trying to connect with Matthew Golden that time. And that'll set up 4th down. Here's their punter now as he is on to punt for Green Bay. And no chance of a run back here. This one's going to sail out of bounds. The Steelers offense and Aaron Rodgers getting ready to go once more. And he has done everything you could ask of him coming into this one. Spread it around, hasn't taken many chances, and potentially on his way to a big game throwing the football. A-Rod down to throw on 1st down. He finds Austin with the grab. And he'll be taken down all the way up past the 45. That's his 3rd catch of this first half, and good enough for a first down.
This is such a critical moment in the game, that middle 4 minutes, the final 2 minutes of the first half, and then the possession to come out of the halftime break. So maximizing this possession here before halftime is critical. See if you can get a drive starter. See if you can get an easy completion to kickstart a 2-minute mode. And that's what they got here. Now they got to see if they can go down and steal some points.
Not much happening there, just a short game. They'll look to pick up the pace.
1-yard gain brings up 2nd and 9.
The master of play action, Rodgers. To the left side and taken in by Smith. And a good job rallying to the football, holding just a gain of a yard and sets up third down.
And 7.
Here's Rodgers. And that is incomplete.
I think he predetermined that third down throw, and even though the coverage was tight, he still tried to fit the ball in there anyway, and it ended up falling incomplete. I think if he goes through his progressions and has a little bit more trust in his protection, I think there's an easier throw to make out there.
As expected, this one's not going to get there. It's no good. And they are not able to add on to their big lead.
You have to give him credit, Mike. I mean, that shows a lot of faith in your kicker because that is an ambitious effort from that distance.
The Packers offense can see what they can do in the final minute of this first half. They'll begin with great field position, a short field, in fact, as they start with a first down. Now, Love. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
All right, so the ball falls incomplete, but I think what it does now, Mike, is it allows you to stop the clock, get in the huddle, take a deep breath, and now your play caller has to give you the best play. Go get points here before the half and try to build something going into halftime.
This one is caught by Reed. He will get into the end zone. Jaden Reed. Touchdown, Packers. A terrific play all the way around. Finished off by the receiver, who not only made the grab, but Greg turned it up and takes it into the end zone.
And that's the tricky part, Mike, that transition from receiver to runner. And in this case, he does it flawlessly. Look the ball in, secure the catch, and then get upfield and get yourself in the end zone.
They didn't leave much time on the clock to put together a drive here at the end of the first half. And the kickoff's coming their way. And this one sent all the way over the back line. No thought of putting this in the landing area. So it'll come out, per the new rule, to the 35-yard line. Fires quickly. It is complete on the slant. The Steelers will use one of their timeouts as it comes to 22 seconds remaining till halftime.
Second and 1 at the 44-yard line.
A good spot here, second and a yard.
No.
The shotgun, it's A-Rod. He'll find Woods. That one is caught. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the first down.
And that first down was huge for this offense. Now they can take a deep breath. Focus on trying to put a late scoring drive together before we hit the halftime break.
A first down throw from Rodgers. The throw here is complete. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line. And now the Steelers going to use their third and final timeout as they stop it with 11 seconds remaining in this first half. From the 39, here's a 1st and 10. Again, it's Rodgers. That's caught. Right side, it's Freiermuth.
Complete to Pat Freiermuth. It's a gain of 8. Brings up second.
Halftime coming up. We'll get you down to Scott Hansen and our EA Sports Halftime Report.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. Lots to get to from a jam-packed Sunday of football. Let's get right into it. Our tour around the NFL starts now. At Mile High, the Broncos at home to take on the visiting Dallas Cowboys. And this is Tyjae Spears. Grabs it out in the left flat, and then look at him go. 69 yards for the touchdown catch. From there, we go to Indianapolis. We'll check in on the Colts as they host the Tennessee Titans. And it's the rookie, the #1 pick in the draft, Cam Ward. He's going to find some open space, and he is gone. 32 yards on the touchdown run. Lastly, let's go down to the Big Easy. The New Orleans Saints taking on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And this is the second-year man, Bucky Irving. He's going to hustle his way to the end zone, 10 yards on the touchdown. The Bucs get their 6th victory as this win moves them to 6-2 on the season. And time for one more look at the rest of the scores from around the National Football League. Meanwhile, our game has not been all that competitive, a one-sided affair through 2 quarters. As we send you back out to the broadcast team, Mike Tirico and Greg Olson.
Very one-sided first half of action. Will we get a turnaround? Let's find out. The third quarter is underway. From the 6, here comes a return. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. Steelers offense and Aaron Rodgers getting ready to go once more. He's putting together a very strong first half of the season. Currently the NFL leader in touchdown passes. They'll run. Johnson. And he's going to be out of bounds, but up past the 35. Now it looks like we have an injured Packer player on the field. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. So 1st and 10 here now at the 38. Now it's a bootleg with Rodgers. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete. We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10.
He was covered by Xavier McKinney.
From the gun, Rodgers. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up 3rd down.
It's a gain of 4. Brings up 3rd and 8.
Looking to throw. It's Rodgers. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down. Catch taken here, and it's going to come right at the 15-yard line. There's Matt LaFleur, head man in Green Bay, as his Packers head back onto the field. They are in need of points in a big way as they set out on 1st and 10. That'll be batted away. Incomplete. Coverage very strong defensively. It's 2nd down.
Solid rep there for this corner, Mike. I mean, to stay disciplined with his technique throughout the entire play. So often we see when the ball's put in the air, the defender can panic and they either get a pass interference or they misplay the ball. This time he times it perfectly and forces the incompletion.
Well, can't afford another incompletion here. Quickly in his 3rd and 10. A quick slash broke in by Watson. And he'll be stopped short of a 1st down, and that will necessitate a call to the punt team. It's 4th down. Packers set to kick this one away. He's on to punt it for the 4th time tonight. This kick hangs up, and a fair catch will be taken beyond the 35-yard line. The Steelers offense getting their final instructions before heading back onto the field. They'll start it here with a 1st and 10. They'll start this on the ground with Warren. And he's going to be taken down right at midfield. They'll get 11 there. And that's a quick 1st down.
That's good for a Steelers 1st down. 1st and 10 at the 50-yard line.
Once again, it's Warren. And he'll be hauled down at about the 35-yard line. They have found something on the ground. 16 more yards on that carry.
First down. First and 10 at the 35-yard
The run out of the gun with Johnson. This time the sledding becomes a little more difficult. They're going to stop him right at the line of scrimmage.
No gain on the play. Brings up second and 10.
Rodgers here on second down. That one's incomplete. Good coverage there. Made it uncomfortable for the receiver. Couldn't hang with it, and it brings up third down. He'll take a shot here. Back to the end zone. That one broken up in the end zone. It's incomplete. What great work just to get those hands up there. And now it's fourth down. Here comes Chris Boswell to try a field goal. This is going to be a 51-yard attempt. He makes up for the earlier miss. This time, the kick is good. And the Steelers will extend their third quarter lead.
I think at this point in the game, Mike, when you had things under control, not only were they able to hold on to the ball for a while, they still were able to manage to add 3 points.
And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. There's Matt LaFleur, head man in Green Bay as his Packers head back onto the field. They'll start out first down and 10. On play action, Love. That's caught right side. It's the tight end Musgrave. And he's going to be out of bounds up around the 39-yard line.
12 yards. And the Packers first down.
It's the tight end Kraft in motion.
At the 39-yard line.
On first down, it's Love. Oh, a short throw there, but it's going to end up incomplete. It's a pass you say he should have had. Instead, he does not, and it brings up second down. Out of the shotgun, it's Love. That one down the field, but it is incomplete. So after back-to-back incompletions, it is now third attempt. Under pressure, and down he goes. They got him. The linebacker. Now on the year.
These pass rushers, they love these situations where they can just pin their ears back and go after the quarterback. They knew they had a chance to put an end to this drive, and they didn't let it go to waste.
On comes the Packers punting team, as he'll come on to kick for the 5th time here tonight. And that is good coverage by the punt team as they meet him and bring him down. The Steelers offense and Aaron Rodgers getting ready to go once more. And he has been a nightmare to scheme against throughout this one. This defense has been picked apart. That is borne out in those impressive numbers. He has been terrific all game long. And he's out of bounds, up close to the 45-yard line.
It's a gain of 16 yards. And the Steelers first down. First and 10 at the 44.
Now it's Johnson. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line. How about this sequence to start the drive? Back-to-back good games, 19 for this one.
At the 38-yard line.
Here's a handoff to Warren, running left. Good running inside the 25. And he will score again. Jalen Warren. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. That is his 3rd touchdown of the game and his 9th for the year. And making 3 touchdowns now. Remember, he caught the one earlier. That his 2nd rushing touchdown of the game.
And Mike, this is what every offense is searching for at the running back position. Can you impact the game equally on the ground as you can through the air? And that's exactly what this guy has done so far today.
Boswell now, following the touchdown, back out to kick this one off. A return now from the 4. Boom! And a solid run back there. They'll get this out past the 30-yard line. There's Matt LaFleur, head man in Green Bay as his Packers head back onto the field. They'll do so with 1st and 10. On the ground, it's Jacobs to start the drive. And he's able to push his way forward, a gain of about 2. It'll be 2nd down.
He's tackled at the 34-yard line. It's a pickup of 3. Brings up 2nd and 7.
From the gun, it's Love. And he'll be brought down just shy of midfield. 15 yards through the air. 1st down, Packers.
Packers, 1st down. 1st and 10 at the 49-yard line.
To throw is Love. Rush comes. They're setting up the screen. And he'll be run out of bounds. It's a good game. On 1st down, they pick up 7 yards.
Out of bounds at the 43-yard line.
2nd down throw for Love. That one pinballs around, but it is incomplete. Jalen Ramsey, he is tough to throw on. There to bat that one away. And motion, it's Golden. From the gun, on 3rd down, it's Love. A pickup of 14 on that one. Good for a Green Bay 1st down.
It's a gain of 14 yards.
Love. And that one is incomplete. Penalty flag down. Back in the backfield, in the area of holding. Here's Love. And he can't hang on through the contact. Incomplete. Good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. It'll bring up 2nd down. Back to throw is Love. Left to the left side and taken in by Golden. It is 3rd and long.
That's a gain of 6. Makes it 3rd and
Here's Love. Oh, he's going to be bottled up and taken down. They got him. T.J. Watt. He's been tough to stop all night. Now with 3 sacks in the game. Brandon McManus and the field goal unit come on. Spotted at the 45. This is a 55-yard attempt. He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Packers are able to put up 3 and cut into the lead.
So it's not exactly what you're looking for when you set out on a drive, but at the same time, you don't want to come away empty-handed either. So in this case, they'll take those 3 points.
He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. Here comes the Pittsburgh offense now, heading back onto the field. This has been a team that has run the ball well all season long, and it has been more of the same so far in this one. On the ground, it's Warren to start the drive. And a very elusive run there. He winds up gaining about 9 yards. An enviable spot to operate from. Here's 2nd and inches.
It's 2nd and inches.
They'll stay on the ground with Warren. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10.
1st down. 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line.
Using the jet sweep for the fake, they run it up the middle. Oh, what a run. Down inside the 30-yard line. A big-time play for Pittsburgh. 31 yards.
28-yard line.
On 1st down, right back to Johnson. And he will carry his offense to the red zone. Inside the 20-yard line, a pickup of 9. Now it appears we've got a Steeler injured on that play. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. Now a handoff, the tight end in the running game. And the Steelers are going to be set up first and goal. Strong running brings them to the 9.
Steelers first down. First and goal at the 9-yard line.
Here's Warren. Can he get away? No. He's going to be taken down behind the line.
A loss was definitely not something they had accounted or budgeted for in this spot. And now, I think it really limits. What do you feel comfortable dialing up here on 2nd and goal?
Working out of the gun, it's Rodgers. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Yeah, and I think that's a really smart decision. You certainly don't want to take a sack in any goal-to-go situation, or even worse, throw a pick. So, understanding he's...
Oh, the blue in a flash, and he lost the football. The Packers have it. Inside the 30. And he returns this all the way. Touchdown, Green Bay. Greg, what a terrible play for the offense. You're trying to gain some momentum. Here you not only lose the handle of the ball, you hand the defense 6 points.
And Mike, how often do we see that when a player loses the ball, his confidence is not far behind? And I think in this case, that's where the coaching comes in. Put your arm around him. Hey, we're giving you the ball in this next possession. We believe in you. They've got to get this player back into the flow of the game after that back-breaking turnover that led to the defensive touchdown.
Here comes a return from the 5. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The Steelers offense and their running back set to go once more. And you have to imagine the defense is saying, how do we stop this guy? He has run roughshod through him to this point in the 3rd quarter. A-Rod down to throw on 1st down. That one down the field, but they cannot connect, and it's incomplete. He'll try again here, 2nd and 10.
The coverage by Jabbar.
Rodgers now. That's out wide to Warren. And he'll get about 3 here on 2nd down before he's out of bounds.
It's 3rd and 7.
On 3rd down, Rodgers. And that is incomplete. Pat Fryermuth, the intended receiver. And it's going to be 4th down. So the Steelers ready to kick this one skyward, as he's on to punt for the 2nd time. Fair catch made here, and the drive will start at the 23-yard line. Josh Jacobs and the Packers offense heading back onto the field. They'll try to establish some tempo as they start this one with 1st and 10. They'll start on the ground with Jacobs. And they'll bring him down around the 27-yard line. The veteran Darius Slay, they're on the stop. They face 2nd down and 7.
Brings up 2nd and 7.
Throwing is Love. Oh, and this one's going to wind up incomplete. That's one you'd think he'd be able to corral. He can't find the handle, and it's going to lead to a 3rd down. He gets that complete as he hits Reed. And he's out of bounds inside the 45-yard line.
It's a gain of 29. And the Packers first down.
A run up the middle with Jacobs. And it'll be brought down as we tick towards the end of this 3rd quarter. Now it looks like we have an injured Packer player on the field. The training staff going to look and will step out for a moment. Ball on the 39. Here's 2nd and 5. Love to throw. And that'll be incomplete. What turns out to be the final play of this 3rd quarter. So back and forth they go as we are through 3. And Sunday Night Primetime continues after this. They need 5. Now Love. The pressure, too much, and he goes down. Derek Harmon, he gets there for the sack, setting up 4th down.
Mike, this isn't real complicated. You're just not going to win a lot of NFL games when you continue to give up sacks at the rate that they are. I mean, this is just a complete disaster for this offensive line, and if they don't get it fixed, this game could be a runaway.
Let's see what they do here. This is 4th and long. They'll go for it. Love. He's got a man. It's gone. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. Now Love. Quick slant into the hands of Golden. And he's close to another 1st down. He's brought down just shy of the marker. From the 20, here's 2nd down and a yard.
At the Steelers' 20-yard line.
To throw is Love. Good coverage there in the end zone. That is incomplete. Terrific work. They separated the man from the football, and it'll bring up 3rd down. We'll try to run it here with Jacobs. And he's going to be close to that 1st down. Looks like he made it past the yellow line. Yes, he did. It is indeed a 1st down. So here's a 1st and 10 now, down inside the 20. Here's Love to throw. And that is incomplete. But now a penalty flag comes in late. He might have been caught with his hands in the cookie jar. Space getting tight here, down to the 13-yard line. They work 1st and 10. Here's Love. He'll keep this himself. And some good running there. He'll fall forward for about 7. Now it looks like we have an injured Packer player on the field. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. 2nd down, they need 3. Here comes the blitz as he looks to throw. And that is caught in the end zone. He's in. Christian Watson. Touchdown, Packers. That's the 5th touchdown for him on the year. Well, it's not going to be enough, but at least they find the end zone at the end of a hard week's work. At least it'll pay off with a touchdown, Greg.
Mike, you can just chalk this one up in the column of too little, too late. Give credit to this offense for not going down without a fight, but they're not going to have enough time to find themselves back in this one.
Extra point by McManus, up and good. And the Packers are able to cut into the deficit. Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. This fielded at about the 9. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. Steelers offense ready to get back at it. And it's looked like the win streak to start the year is going to continue for another week. What a tremendous performance here as they are out to finish this one off. They'll run the draw with Warren. That's the way you want to run it on 1st down. A gain of 7.
It's a gain of 8. Brings up 2nd and 2. At the 44-yard line.
From the 34-yard line, here's 2nd and a couple. From the gun, Rodgers. He's got Freiermuth open on the left side. He's taken down just shy of midfield. Here's 1st and 10.
1st and 10 at the 48-yard line.
A carry here for Warren. And he's going to be out of bounds at the 41.
12 more yards. That's another Steelers.
A shotgun snap, and they'll give it to Johnson. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it.
This back's been having his way all night long, Mike. Just a lot of room to operate. Great job by the offensive line all night long, but in this case, defense does their job. They're able to penetrate, get in the backfield, and take him down for a loss.
I had a defender draped all over him. Incomplete. Good work to body him up and set up a third down. The shotgun, it's A-Rod. A throw left side, going to be intercepted. Picked off by Harrington Valentine. And a solid return as he gets it up past the 45-yard line. Now, after the interception, we have an injured player to look at. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. Love to throw it on first down. And that one incomplete.
And that's another brutal drop for an offense that has struggled to catch the ball up to this point. And yes, you can nitpick about ball placement and whatnot, but listen, the reality is at this level, if it hits your hands, you have to find a way to come down.
Get about 6 before he's taken down. Here's a third down and 4.
Makes it 3rd and 4.
Out of the shotgun, it's Love. That's caught right side. It's the tight end Musgrave. Trying to get away, but he will not. He's out of bounds right at the line of scrimmage. And now it's 4th down. That one reeled in by Golden. And he will get the first down. They took a chance, but they convert on 4th and 3. From the gun, it's Love. This one complete. Right side, it's Watson. From the 38 now, here's 2nd and 4. To throw is Love. Look in the middle, that's Kraft. He's got it. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line. They hook up again. 2nd time on this drive. And this one's good for 18 yards and a first down.
And this is a tricky part of the game for any defense. You find yourself protecting a late lead, and the age-old question is, do you remain aggressive? Do you try to just keep the ball from being thrown over your head and make everything be tackled and played in front of you? That's what every defensive coordinator struggles with, so they can't get too soft here as they try to hold on to this lead here late.
2nd down throw for Love. That's going to be incomplete. Good work. The defender bodied his man up. Wouldn't allow the catch. It'll force 3rd down.
And 10 yards to go.
Here's Love. Oh, in trouble, and down he goes. The all-pro Cameron Hayward. He's in to drop him for a sack, and that will bring up 4th down.
But just think back here in this game alone. How many drives have been undone as the result of their inability to protect the passer? They just can't keep a clean pocket, and they just keep going backwards. You find yourself down big. It's the 4th quarter. There's really no choice but to go for this at this point. But once again, this defense, they're up to the task, and they come through yet again with a huge stop.
They'll start this on the ground with Johnson. And he'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage.
We've seen this back have his way with this defense all game long, Mike. He's up over 100 yards for the game, but this time the defense said, we've had enough. They sold out to stop him. They hold him to no gain.
And he's going to be out of bounds, but up past the 35. Now it looks like we have an injured Packer player on the field. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. Now a 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. On the handoff, it's Johnson. And he'll take this forward for about 3. It's 2nd down.
4 yards on the pickup. 2nd and 6 at the 42-yard line.
Play action now with Rodgers. He'll be out of bounds, but after picking up the first down on a gain of 7.
7-yard gain. That's good for a Steelers first down.
A run here with Johnson. And he'll work forward for about 3. It's second down. Now it looks like we have an injured Packer player on the field. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. Ball on the 47-yard line. Here's 2nd and 6. Looking to throw. It's Rodgers. He'll step up and run.
A 7-yard gain.
A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10.
First and 10 at the 40-yard line.
Here's a handoff to Warren. And not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that. 2nd and 10.
No gain on the play. Brings up 2nd and 10 at the Packers' 40-yard line.
Give it right up the middle. Here's Johnson. And not much there. Good defense. Held to no gain.
No gain on the play.
2 minutes remain in the 4th quarter. Greg and I back on EA Sports after this. Here's a 3rd and 10. They show Jim's weak and instead run it up the middle.
Johnson again, the ball carrier.
And he has been a handful to deal with throughout this entire contest, Mike. And they came into the game saying, we want to impose our will on the defense. And that's exactly what they've been able to do.
The offense not coming off the field, and here's 4th down. Working out of the gun, it's Rodgers. He's got a receiver, that's Woods. And he's going to have the first down. And that will not officially end it, but for all intents and purposes, they're going to be able to run the clock down from here. On the give, it's Johnson. And he'll get forward for a couple. It's 2nd down.
He was tackled at the 27-yard line. A gain of 2. Brings up 2nd and 8.
No. 319.
Victory formation here as he's down to a knee. So this one in the win column for the Steelers. They continue to be the hottest team in the NFL here in the first couple of months of the season as they remain unbeaten. So that'll do it for us. For Greg Olson and our terrific team behind the scenes, I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. Follow us on X at EA Madden NFL. The Steelers, winners, as we say so long from the confluence of the Three Rivers in Pittsburgh.
This player has a zone ability. This is a powerful ability that can be
Two months in, and the NFL is as unpredictable as ever. Hi, everyone. Scott Hansen in Orlando. This is your weekly recap for Week 8. Lots to get to. We'll begin in Denver. The Broncos at home to take on the Cowboys. And this is Tyjae Spears. Just get the ball into his hands and let him do the rest. A brilliant catch and run for the touchdown. Next up, we go to the Steel City. We'll check in on the Steelers. They're hosting the Green Bay Packers. And it's the vaunted Steelers defense that comes up with the big play here. The ball's out. It's scooped up, and they're going to return it for the touchdown. A turnover in their own end of the field for a score for the D. The Steelers improve their mark to 7-0 as they get the win. Last but not least, let's go to Baltimore. The Ravens hosting the Chicago Bears. And this is the big man, Derrick Henry. All he needs is a crease, and he finds it. That's a 7-yard rushing touchdown. The Ravens run their winning streak to 5 straight as they get another W. So that'll put a bow on this one. For all the hardworking men and women here in Orlando, Scott Hansen saying good night. We'll see you next week right here on EA Sports.